sky blue gets dark enough to see the colors of the city lights, a trail of ruby red and diamond white. Hits her like a sunrise. She comes and goes and comes and goes like no one cares. Tonight she's out to lose herself and find a high on Peachtree Street. From mixed strings to techno beats, it's always heavy into everything. She comes and goes and comes and goes like no one cares. She comes and goes and no one knows she's slipping through my hands. She's always buzzing just like a neon, neon, a neon, neon. And who knows how long, how long, how long she can go before she burns away. I can be her angel now. You know it's not my place to hold her down, and it's hard for me to take a stand when I would take her anywhere I can. She comes and goes and comes and goes like no one cares. She comes and goes and no one knows she's slipping through my hands. She's always buzzing just like neon, 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 neon. Who knows how long, how long, how long she can go before she burns away. No, 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 yeah. Yeah. She goes and she goes like no one cares. comes and goes, and no one knows. She's slipping off through my hands. Oh yeah, always was just like neon, 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 neon. And who knows how long, how long, how long she can go before she burns away. Good evening, my name is Adam Kahana, and I'm so happy to be here as part of this TEDx University of Michigan event. And I'm just going to be playing some tunes, some originals and some covers until the TED Talk starts. Thank you. Thank you very much. This one's an original. So close and you best believe that the best path is the path that leads you anywhere but where you think you'll go. Anyway, sometimes I'd like to believe that the old dirt path through the woods would answer all my questions down this road. But it's a little too late to stop and think about it. Hey, I can't explain what's swimming in my head. A little too late to contemplate about it, while my mind is tossing and turning in my bed. What can I do to say goodbye? What can I do to say goodbye? What can I do to say goodbye? Say goodbye. This path is the quickest way to get back to the same place you started. While you don't feel like to take it in. Anyway, and you fell right through the trapdoors, just living a made-up life of numbers, answers, questions, where have you been? But it's a little too late to stop and think about it. Hey, I can't explain what's swimming in my head. A little too late to contemplate about it, while my mind is tossing and turning in my bed. What can I do to say goodbye? What can I do to say goodbye? What can I do to say goodbye? Say goodbye. Say goodbye. I'm bad with words, but if you want me to make music, I'll make music. I'm bad with words, but if you want me to make music, I'll make music. I'm bad with words, but if you want me to make music, I'll make music. I said I'm bad with words, but I'll make music. This ain't the first time, this ain't the last time, but I want to know, is this real? My mind is made up, my debt are paid off, and I can't live the life I'm living. That will take some time to heal. Da 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 do da 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 do da da do da 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 do do down. Da 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 do da 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 do da da do da 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 do do down. Da 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 do da 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 do do da 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 do da da do da 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 do down. What can I do to say goodbye? 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 Say goodbye. Thank you. I'm so in love with you. Whatever you wanna do is alright with me. 'Cause you make me feel so brand new. I wanna spend my life with you. Let me tell you, since we've been together, loving you forever is all I can see. Let me be the one you come running to. I never be untrue. So let's stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad. Why people always break up and turn around and make up? I just can't see. Yeah. You never do that to me. 'Cause you are all I see. So let's stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad. Let's stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you. very superstitious, writing on the walls. Very superstitious, yeah. A letter about to fall. A 13-month-old baby, yeah, broke the looking glass. 7 years of bad luck, good things in your past, in your past. When you believe in things you don't understand, then you're suffering, yeah. A superstition in the way. Very superstitious, yeah. Wash your face and hands. Rid me of your problems. Do all that you can. Keep me in a daydream. Keep me going strong. You don't have to save me. Sad is a song. When you believe in things don't understand, and you're suffering, a superstition in the way. Very superstitious, nothing more to say. Very superstitious, the devil's on his way. 13-month-old baby broke the looking glass. 7 years of bad luck, good things in your past. When you believe in things you don't understand, and you're suffering, superstition ain't the way. Superstition ain't the way. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll play another original. This one's called Tall. Walk tall, talk tall, and you don't mind if you act tall too. Feel tall, be tall when they try to make you feel small too. She don't need no savior to be her eyesight. She don't need no rainy day to pray for sunshine. She don't need no pretty boy to treat her like a toy. 'Cause you just walk tall, talk tall, and you don't mind if you act tall too. Feel tall, be tall when they try to make you feel small too. You don't need no reason for celebration. You don't owe anyone an explanation. You don't need no mountain to climb if you're just wasting your time. 'Cause you just walk tall, talk tall, and you don't mind if you act tall too. Feel tall, be tall when they try to make you feel small too. Dun dun dun, dun dun dun, dun dun dun, dun dun. Walk tall, talk tall, and you don't mind if you act tall too. Feel tall, be tall when they try to make you feel small too. When they try to make you feel small too. Walk tall, talk tall, and you don't mind if you act tall too. Feel tall, be tall, when they try to make you feel small too. Thanks. That was an original of mine called Tall. Thank you. Thank you. This next one, I'll do another original. So it's Mother's Day coming up. Actually, pretty soon. I think it's in a couple months, 2.5 months. So I wrote this song about a year ago, I would say, a year, maybe two, for my mom. And this is called Mother's Day. I hope you didn't mind, oh God, I wrote a song for you to hear. It didn't have to be this hard, but this is something more sincere. 'Cause every day since I was born, you were there to keep me warm. I love you. And every day should be a Mother's Day. I'm always living in your debt, and when I'm far, you're always near. Why do you have to only get just one day in a year? 'Cause every day since I was born, you were there to keep me warm, and I love you. And every day should be a Mother's Day. And when I'm lonely, you're always coming for me. I know I never would be anything without you. And if I forget my mother's love, then nothing matters. I hope you didn't mind, oh God, I wrote a song for you instead. It didn't have to be this hard, there's something to your head. 'Cause every day since I was born, you were there to keep me warm, and I love you. And every day should be a Mother's Day. I hope you didn't mind, oh God, I wrote a song for you instead. This message going to your heart will never go straight to my head. 'Cause every day since I was born, you were there to keep me warm, and I love you. And every day should be a Mother's Day. And when I'm lonely, you're always coming for me. I know I never would be anything without you. And if I forget my mother's love, then nothing matters. I hope you didn't mind, oh God, I wrote a song for you to hear. It didn't have to be this hard, but this is something more sincere. 'Cause every day since I was born, you were there to keep me warm, and I love you. And every day should be a Mother's Day. 'Cause every day since I was born, you were there to keep me warm, and I love you. And every day should be a Mother's Day. Yeah. Thank you very much. That was an original. Crowdsourcing here. If you guys all can hear me, would you guys want another original or a cover? Up to you. A cover? Cool. John Mayer? All right, I'll give it. Welcome to the real world, she said to me condescendingly. Take a seat, take your life, blot it out in black and white. Well, I never lived the dreams of the prom kings and the drama queens. I'd like to think the best of me is still hiding up my sleeve. They love to tell you stay inside your lines, but something's better on the other side. I wanna run through the halls of my high school. I wanna scream at the top of my lungs. I just found out there's no such thing as a real world. Just a lie you've got to rise above. So all the good boys and girls take the so-called right track, faded white hats, grabbing credits and maybe transfers, yeah. They read all the books, but they can't find the answers, yeah. And all of our parents, they're getting older. I wonder if they wish for anything better, while in the memories, tiny tragedies. They love to tell you, stay inside the lines. But something's better on the other side. I wanna run through the halls of my high school. I wanna scream at the top of my lungs. I just found out there's no such thing as a real world. Just a lie you've got to rise above. I'm invincible, yeah. I'm invincible. I'm invincible as long as I'm alive. I wanna run through the halls of my high school. I wanna scream at the top of my lungs. I just found out there's no such thing as a real world. Just a lie you got to rise above. I wanna run through the halls of my high school. I wanna scream at the top of my lungs. I just found out there's no such thing as a real world. Just a lie you got to rise above. Thank you. Thank you very much. Here's another original of mine. This is called Hide and Seek. Well, I know you only come my way when you're hard to find. Every time of day you're on my mind. But I'll try again this time. And you say you come and stay a while in my dreams last night. I recall the day I felt your smile. Love was in my eyes. The moment I leave, you're right behind. The moment I turn around, you hide. And it's just another game of hide and seek in the end. The tip of my tongue, back of my head. I'm wanting you in my arms instead. I'm losing you this time again. And I know that I've done all I can. You leave me wanting much, too much. Just a glimpse of you feels like your touch. I'm in and out of luck, and I cry when you don't come my way. You leave me wanting more and more. As you slip away, I know it won't be long before I write this song. The moment I leave, you're right behind. The moment I turn around, you hide. And it's just another game of hide and seek in the end. The tip of my tongue, back of my head. I'm wanting you in my arms instead. I'm losing you this time. I dropped the line again. The moment I leave, you're right behind. The moment I turn around, you hide. And it's just another game of hide and seek in the end. The tip of my tongue, back of my head. I'm wanting you in my arms instead. I'm losing you this time again. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I have time for one more song. I think I'll finish it off with the blues. Sight to the blind. My baby loving cause the sun to shine. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Where I love my baby, heart and soul. Love like ours won't ever grow. Now she's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Where I love my baby, she's long and lean. You mess with her, you see a man getting mean. Now she's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Where I love my baby, a heart and soul. Love like ours won't ever grow. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Thank you so much. My name is Adam Kahana, and you can find me on the internet. Just type in adamkahanamusic.com. That's ADAMKAHANA music.com. For upcoming gigs, I have a ton of stuff coming up that's really exciting. And also, if you could please go to my Facebook page, just Adam Kahana, and give me a like, that would be real awesome. And tell your friends. So I'm playing next on March 1st at Common Cup Coffee on Washtenaw. Common Cup Coffee. And then I'm playing Sweetwaters on March 9th, and that's all on my website. So, yeah, please just check it out, and hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are plenty of seats available in the upper deck.
From Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theaters, every day people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a nonprofit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication, and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers, and the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TED's. But we hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
Hi everyone, we're so excited to welcome you to TEDx U of M 2019 Absolute Zero. Today, we're celebrating a decade of TEDx U of M conferences. What started as an all-day event on Wednesdays has turned into a Friday evening conference. We are this year's co-directors. I'm Clara.
I'm Allison.
And I'm Thage.
TED is an organization based on the motto, Ideas Worth Spreading. It aims to bring together attendees, sponsors, and speakers to create innovative ideas and bring them into action. TEDx U of M is an independently organized TED event focused on bringing together the ideas of University of Michigan and Ann Arbor communities. Our team has worked incredibly hard over the last year to put together everything you see here.
Tonight's conference will include talks from 8 different speakers whose topics will range from things like psychology to math and athletics to the arts. Between these talks, there are various performances and activities that will help you discover your own meaning of absolute zero, whether it might be recovering from hitting rock bottom or achieving a monstrous goal. We hope that tonight's experience will help you really drive home one of these particular messages. Check out your programs to learn more about the various speakers and the amazing sponsors who made tonight possible.
Before we begin, we do have a few requests. We please ask that you refrain from bringing any food or beverage into the auditorium. We understand you may have backpacks or water bottles. Just please keep those lids on while you're in the house. Secondly, please don't take any flash photography or record any of the talks. We will be releasing the talks to the public in a few weeks.
In the spirit of TED, please respect the ideas shared by speakers, fellow attendees, and TEDx U of M team members here tonight. With that, we welcome you to TEDx U of M 2019 Absolute Zero.
To kick off tonight's event, our first speaker is someone who has turned a hobby into not just a lifestyle, but a mindset. I never thought skateboarding could be a way to look at the world, but if there's anything that David has taught me in the last few months, it's that a life with limits is not one worth living. His tenacity and charisma radiates on and off the board. It is my absolute pleasure to introduce the founder of Skateify, and now someone I consider to be a very good friend, David Kabrowski.
When you walk into a party, there's always that one person dancing like no one's watching. Let's call her Stephanie. Now, there's a few assumptions Stephanie needs to break. For one, she needs to break the assumption that people care what she does. Another, the assumption that others will be uncomfortable by her unique dance moves. Then there are the Davids, who awkwardly dance in the corner, but secretly wish they had the confidence or ability to dance just like Stephanie. Like you, I know a few Stephanies who have that unique ability to go out there and dance like no one's watching. I actually love dancing. I remember early on in middle school, I'd go on YouTube and look up different dance moves like the moonwalk, and I'd teach myself. Wanting to take a more formal dance lesson, I convinced my encouraging mom to take me to the nearest place, which happened to be a ballet studio. We signed me up for a lesson, and it was fun. But I never went back. You see, unlike Stephanie, courageous dancer, I was terrified by the thought a friend would see me walking in, a word would get around middle school that I'd be thought differently of. So because of my assumptions, I decided to stop dancing. Luckily, I started to uncover the Stephanie in me when I got my first skateboard. I remember tearing off the plastic and just holding it in my hands with an adrenaline rush of sheer excitement. I put on the grip tape, screwed in the metal skateboard trucks, and popped in the wheels as I quickly rode down the rabbit hole. Skateboarding enabled me, this is me when I was younger, skateboarding enabled me to be that awkward dancer in my own little world with just my board and myself together. And the thing about skateboarding is you get in this little zone, kind of almost like dancing, when it's you have your go-to moves, your own little groove, and unique style or even signature. Skateboarding really enabled me to be stable even when on wheels. The other thing about skateboarding is it taught me to see the world as a jungle gym. If I were to ask you what's behind me right now, you'd probably say a staircase. I were to ask a skateboarder that question, they wouldn't say a staircase. They go on a rant about all the cool things they could do with or off the cement object. 360 variable kickflip, pop shove it, no comply, whatever. Skateboarders see these stairs and don't think about what they are or why they exist. They simply think about how they want to interact with them. By seeing these stairs from an angle of curiosity and asking myself, what can I do with these cement stairs, really taught me to see the world without prior assumptions or limitations. As my obsession grew, I started going to more skateboard events. Fall of 2013, I found myself at the notorious Broadway Bomb, a downhill skateboard race, not through the mountains of Vermont, but right down 8 miles of Manhattan. Now, the Broadway Bomb was considered an outlaw event, meaning New York never actually endorsed it. Actually, police were handing out flyers saying, "You may be arrested." Turns out they weren't lying, and I was later arrested, but did community service. It's all good now. Story for another time. At the start of the race, I remember in front of me was this line of police officers with this net, and behind me was a fence separating us from Central Park. As I counted all the colleges that would never consider letting me in with a police or criminal record, I heard someone in the crowd shout, "Climb the fence!" In an instant, hundreds of skaters were up, over, and jumping into Central Park with their boards in hand. We were going to skate the race, whether the law liked it or not. Now, the experience I just shared is a classic skater story of rebellious teenagers. But as the event continued, I noticed something weird beginning to take place. Other riders motioned for me to go on crosswalks and turn corners only when watching out for traffic. Older friends told me to stop at red lights. We all carried our boards through areas like Times Square. Being kind and following the rules while skating became the underlying objective of the event. At first, I thought this race was about telling the world we're proud skaters who will skate or die, as the saying goes. But no. It was about showing the world, but no. It was about breaking the assumption that skaters are trouble by showing the world how damn respectful a skater can be. We weren't running from the police anymore, but just showing them, we'll play by the rules, just let us skate. As the annual race continued to take place on every third Saturday in October, the arrest warning stopped. The nets police initially set up slowly faded. On the fourth year going, I remember one of the officers, who happened to be a skater himself, joined us. We were breaking a cultural assumption, one rebellious race at a time. I found this idea, this action of breaking assumptions, is really the only way change is possible. And seeing these other skaters around me break them inspired me to do the same. Wanting to get more involved in this community of assumption breakers, I thought about starting a project where I'd buy and sell skateboards. I had the assumption that no one would really take a 13-year-old seriously, but I was really inspired by the skater mindset and recognized the worst case was I'd lose a salary I earned cleaning dishes at a hot dog place after school. So I started selling boards at local events and building a team of riders who would compete while using our gear. We called the project Easy Boards. As I got more and more into it, we actually started looking into the assumptions around skateboards and found that boards were either for downhill or for tricks, but never both. And the second one, that they often cost over $150. So we attacked the assumptions, trying to create a downhill trick board that would sell for under $100. I built prototype after prototype, my team of riders, and eventually manufacturers. This is Seth from Florida, one of our riders, and Carl from the Philippines with a daughter. As the years went by and we built our team to 40 riders across 7 countries, we mass-produced boards and got in stores across the country. Now, the reason I started the skate company in the first place was to really help give more access to skating and help others learn the skating mindset so they could break assumptions in their own lives. Curious about other ways to increase access, I started looking into started looking into emerging skate communities, mainly those in areas with less resources. One of the early projects I found was construction of Ethiopia's first skateboard park, built around a youth center. Asking if there are ways to help, they recommended sending gear and running fundraisers. So we did. With help of over 1,000 donors, we eventually landed in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to see firsthand the true impact a skate park had on a local community. We called the project Skate for Africa. The first day in the park, I met a boy named Babu. Babu had this big smile, a soft look to him, was around 12 years old and stood about 4'10". And I remember Babu well for a few reasons. First, he had this glare in his eye, a pure determination. And second, he could drop in and do any trick he wanted to, all while wearing flip-flops. I thought I was badass because I skated in these ripped shoes, but here was Babu showing me how wrong I was. I stereotyped and created assumptions around who a skater was and how they skated. Babu was breaking assumptions I hadn't even realized were there, reminding me, again, of why I love skating in the first place. As we rode the park, I noticed water seeping through the cracks of the concrete. This boy could skate so well in a less than ideal park with less than ideal shoes, then what's actually needed to be a skater? This led me to research the fundamentals and question how and why parks are made the way they are. I found they can take years to build, rely upon the soil under them to avoid drainage issues, and concrete is one of the largest producers of carbon dioxide. I thought maybe these barriers were derived from the sheer nature of parks as we know them today. And so, thought through the assumptions. First, parks are made of concrete. Second, they rely upon the soil to avoid drainage issues and support the park. Next, they're on one location. You can't move them from one place to another, even regardless of the season. They take, it's typically $45 a square foot, and it can take actually years to build. It was that staircase from earlier. You always have the ability to walk down, but see if you can get a bit jiggy with it. So, we try to challenge the assumptions. First, instead of concrete, maybe it could be recycled material. Instead of soil that we rely upon, maybe it could sit on top of the park. I lived in Boston, which is a sheet of ice 6 months of the year, which hasn't changed much here. Maybe there's a way that it can move from one place to another. Florida 6 months of the year, and Boston the other 6. And if we cut down the prices, if we change the materials being used and scale production, maybe we could cut down prices. And finally, instead of years, what if it took months, weeks, or days? Thinking it through, we just kind of started throwing ideas on the wall, and eventually came up with the concept of using an old shipping container as the base. Not really sure how this would look. I started sketching some lines and invited friends in the local skate community to help think it through. Eventually, we came to this kind of funky design, but didn't really make much sense. So we rethought it and figured, what if the sides were to fold down? And came to this concept. From there, we thought, let's add some more components to it so it's actually more of a skate park. But we realized that it takes away from the structural integrity if you take off the top of the park. So we ended up going back to the drawing board. We thought, back to this idea of the Broadway bomb, where trying to change the assumptions around who skaters are and the perception of skaters. So we figured, let's make a community space that's more artistic and open for other people to get involved aside from skaters. And we came to this as the most recent version. And we figured, what if we put multiple of these parks side by side to enable more variety in skating? We found this model could upcycle 3,500 kilograms of steel, wouldn't rely upon the soil under the park, could be moved from place to place, would cost $25 to $30 as opposed to $45, and once manufactured, could be set up in under an hour. We, as of February 1st, we started manufacturing our first park, super exciting. And as of now, although we're probably far from the best version of this will be, we thought, I really do hope that this is getting closer and bringing skating to every corner of the globe. I've learned or tried to start looking at the world from a skater mindset, a place where assumptions don't exist, but rationality does. The question of why things are the way they are often go down this tunnel of because they've always been, or because my biases dreamt them to be. Past assumptions are simply arbitrary. My skateboarding and Stephanie's dancing journey has been a battle against assumptions. It happens to all of us at some point in time when we assume what's possible, or we assume what's impossible, or a limitation. But what I will say is, if you can find the things you can do like no one's watching, it's much easier to start breaking assumptions and finding the things worth breaking assumptions for, like us lessening police resistance, or like Babu, showing me what's really needed to be a skateboarder. If you can learn and get in the habit of breaking assumptions in your everyday life, then when there's one big, hairy assumption standing in your way, you have the power to look at it in the eye and tell it to screw off. The last thing I'll say is that as of a few days ago, I signed up for my second dance lesson, and I have skateboarding to thank.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed David Kabrowski's speech. Could we give him another round of applause? Our first performer of the night is Compulsive Liars, a co-ed a cappella group on campus.
Compulsive Liars are the first and only a cappella group at the University of Michigan to have won the International Championship of Collegiate A Cappella and were subsequently invited to perform on the Today Show. Returning from their ICCA Great Lakes quarterfinals, please welcome to the stage Compulsive Liars.
Drive my heart into the night. Drive my heart into the night. You can drop the keys off in the morning, 'cause I don't wanna leave home without your love, without it. Drop my heart into the night. You can drop the keys off in the morning, 'cause I don't wanna leave home without your love, without it. You told me you were coming back, right back. Promised it was real and I believe that. But if I fall for it again, I won't be a fool. If our love is at the end, then why do I still want you? But I guess I got no Valentine. Send me roses, I'll just let them die. I was crazy thinking you were mine. It was all just a lie. Drive my heart into the night. You can drop the keys off in the morning, yeah. 'Cause I don't wanna leave home without your love, without it. You told me that you wanted this. I told you it was all yours. If you're done with this, then would you say forever for? 'Cause all the broken promises I won't miss, I'm finished. All I know are the facts. That's when you look me in the eyes, all I see are the lies. Been there, done that. Drop my heart into Turn down the lights, turn down the bed. Turn down these voices inside my head. Oh, lay down with me. Tell me no lies, just hold me close. Don't patronize, don't patronize. 'Cause I can't make you love me if you don't. And you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in these final hours, I will lay down my heart and I'll feel the power. Over you. No, you won't. No, you won't. I'll close my eyes, then I won't see the love you don't feel when you hold me. Morning will come and I'll do what's right. Just give me till then to give up, to give up, to give up this fight. And I will give up this fight. 'Cause I can't make you love me if you won't. And you can't make your heart feel something it won't. Here in the dark, in these final hours, I will lay down my heart and I'll feel the power. Ooh, oh, but you won't. No, 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 you won't.
Wow. Wow. Wasn't that just amazing? All right. I'm loving the atmosphere. Okay. Our next speaker for tonight is an immensely talented musician, a published author, and President Obama's first appointment to the National Council on the Arts. He has served the University of Michigan as both a professor and as the former dean to the School of Music, Theater, and Dance. He's a prominent and passionate advocate for diversity in the field of art. He is a charismatic teacher, and above all else, he is a loving and dedicated father. Please welcome to the stage, Aaron Dworkin.
I was born on September 11th, 9/11, and I was immediately given up for adoption. I was adopted by a white Jewish couple who were behavioral scientists. And it was interesting because this introduced in my life at the very beginning a theme that was to recur and really create the trajectory of my life, which is giving, generosity. They gave a lot of money, adoption fees, all of that. And not only did they give money in raising me until I was 18 years old, but they gave emotionally, mentally, especially in my teenage years, probably more so than they ever anticipated. If they would have known, they might have made a different decision at the very beginning. But they gave deeply. And they had a birth son already, my older brother, who is now a cellular biologist at Columbia. So I was literally the black sheep of the family growing up. Not just biologically, but also they were scientists, they were measured, they were methodical, and I was always the artist and spontaneous. Fast forward 31 years, I was reunited with my birth parents. My birth father, who's Black Jehovah's Witness, my birth mother, who's white Irish Catholic. And again, when I think about the relationship we have today, having been reunited, they've been able to give to me since we've been reunited. And they, 3 years after they gave me up for adoption, they ended up getting back together and years later had another child who they did raise, my younger sister, who is now in New York practicing law. So in the end, basically, I am a black, white, Jewish, Irish Catholic Jehovah's Witness who grew up playing the violin. And my life has been filled with this diversity kind of theme and in the arts. So I started playing when I was 5, and yeah, I know. And I'm going to tell you a little about the afro in just a second, although it's not such a great story. So I started, and I grew up in New York. And when I was 10 years old, I moved to Hershey, Pennsylvania. At the time, there was one black family in my school and me, playing the violin, last name Dworkin, big afro. It wasn't exactly working. And the kids, instead of giving, they actually really took from me emotionally and mentally. They would do this thing, they would put their hand on their elbow and reach up and say, "Give Dorkmeister the afro clutch." And they would grab my afro. Drove me deeper into my violin and the experience that I had with the arts. But luckily, I was able to go to the Interlochen Arts Academy for my last 2 years of high school, which I credit with saving my life. Not only was I having troubles with my parents and running away and getting kicked out, but it was the first time in my life where I was surrounded by everyone who was in the arts. And it was more about what you were doing artistically than anything about various cliques. And also during that time, giving recurred in my life, not only with friends who really did give and became lifelong friends, but I was on scholarship. And so I found myself at these donor dinners, and I didn't understand it. There were all these older people, they didn't know me at all, and we would sit there, and I would have to say thank you for my scholarship. Someone may have done that in here. But what astounded me was their joy. They seemed to derive a personal joy out of giving to me. And it made a mark, an indelible mark in my mind, even though I didn't understand it at the time. After Interlochen, I ended up at Penn State. I was concertmaster of the Penn State Philharmonic, but my problems with my parents continued. I ended up having a major breakout with them, and they ended up not talking to me and kind of disowning me, if you will, from the age of 19 to 25. So I couldn't stay in school. I ended up dropping out, and I moved to Michigan, living in Lansing and Kalamazoo and ultimately Ann Arbor. And while I was here, I was very isolated, but there was also someone who gave, and that was my adoptive grandmother. She would send a card on my birthday and on the holidays, and in the card was initially $20, and then that got up to $40, which was major money at the time, enabled me to live in a way that I couldn't otherwise live. But more importantly, it was what those cards meant to me. And in my very brief conversations that I would have with her on the phone, I realized that she derived joy from being there when she knew that the rest of my family was not. And around the same time, I began to have this kind of cultural entrepreneurial spirit. I didn't know those words at the time. All I knew was that I wanted to change the world around me, even though I had nothing. Had no car, had no resources, I was just struggling day to day, but I still wanted to change the world. And I had almost been homeless and had several friends who were homeless who stayed with me, so that issue was very prominent. And I thought I could do something about it, so I started a homeless organization. Even though I didn't have a car or anything like that, barely had an apartment, I didn't really know what I was doing, so things didn't go well. So as a last-ditch effort, I sent out about 100 letters to celebrities that I thought would care. And one of the people that I sent a letter to was Robin Williams. This is a picture of him from that time. So I got all these rejections, and of course I couldn't keep the organization going, so the organization folded. 2 months later, I get a call, and I was really wary of answering the phone because it was usually bill collectors. And the phone rang, and I did pick it up, and a woman said, "My name's Marsha Williams. I'm calling about a letter to my husband." Robin Williams' wife! Oh my God! And then it dawned on me that the very first thing I was going to have to share was how what I had written them about had failed, and that there wasn't any really reason for her to be calling. But that immediately led to a conversation about my life, and especially about being isolated, and how all I wanted to do was be able to go back to school, go back to my music. But I couldn't, because at this point I owed all my loans to Penn State, so they wouldn't free up my transcript. All my federal loans were in default. And we had this amazing conversation, and she said, "You know, why don't you send copies of your student loans to Robin and me, and we'll see if there's something we can do to help." So I gather up all the copies of the student loans and make copies, send them. I had a copy of a recital I gave at Penn State. I sent that too. I had poetry I had written, everything. I just sent it all off. Meanwhile, life continued. Got evicted, moved into a cheaper apartment, ended up getting a job in the mailroom of a local marketing company. And then 2 months after that, a letter, an envelope came from the Joel Faden Financial Companies. And in it, it said on a cover letter, "Enclosed, please find copies of checks made out in your behalf from Robin Williams' account." And they had paid off all of my loans to Penn State and had caught all my federal loans up out of default. And it was truly extraordinary. And as I was thinking about that and ending up being able to continue to have communications, and he continued to give in a variety of ways in my life, I realized that he derived personal, individual joy of giving. It brought him pleasure. And years later, we were joking about it, and he said, "If I would have known you would have gone on to do these various things, I would have given you more money." and what I realized is that he wasn't saying, "Oh, if I would have given you more money, you would have done more." He was saying, if I would have given you more money, it would have meant even more to me. It was a very powerful experience for me. So because of his support, I was able to return to school, here to the University of Michigan. And now that cultural entrepreneurial spirit kept continuing, except now it was very focused on what had been, at that point, my life's experience and work, which was music and diversity. And so I ended up being very, very frustrated with not seeing diversity in this incredible art form. And so I thought, well, if we had a competition for young Black and Latino string players, that would just solve everything, and we'd make the entire field of classical music diverse. So I very quickly learned it would take more than that, and over the past 20 years, Sphinx has been able to develop into really an international NGO, reaching over 20 million in audiences, 100,000 students, through its mission, which is transforming lives through the power of diversity in the arts. But that all began, and I founded the organization when I was an underclassman here. So I'm like, say what, right? How does that happen? So yes, I was dedicated, and yes, this was something that was, this core of my life, but the reality is that there were a lot of other people's generosity that empowered it and made this possible. And one of the first people that I reached out to was James Wolfenson, who was president of the World Bank when I was a student here. So I figured, who has more money? I need money to be able to do this project. I'll write the president of the World Bank. He was a cellist, so I figured he's got to love music, and so this is perfect. By a very odd, circuitous route that I had no power over, my letter landed on his desk. Again, there's something about this 2 months. I think it must take most donors 2 months to figure things out. 2 months later, a letter comes, not even a full business-size envelope, but a half-size. So I'm like, this is clearly a rejection. Because the size of the envelope always matters when you're hearing news, right? It's like the smaller the envelope, oh my God, this is not good news. I open it, and inside, very brief, just a couple sentences, says, "This sounds like a fantastic project. Here is a one-time $10,000 gift. Go to it." Signed, James Wolfenson, president of the World Bank. And that led to, again, communications and a lifelong relationship where he continued to give because a year later I had to go back and say, I know you said one time, but this is really great what we're doing. So, and he did continue to give. And what was so astounding to me was the personal joy that I saw him experience. Here was someone who was literally dealing with billions of dollars and countries and societies as a whole, but he derived a personal, intense joy of giving and making a difference in one person's life. Around the same time, Isaac Stern, one of the most prominent violinists of our era, Yo-Yo Ma, one of the most incredible human artist citizens of our time, gave not just of money and financial resources, but of their talent, of their reputation, and of their time to our young Sphinx artists. And as you can see from these pictures, the personal joy that they experienced was completely profound and something that I continue to think about over the years. This is a picture of my wife, Afa, and I as we were on the Queen Mary crossing the Atlantic to Europe, which, believe it or not, you can actually do for about $750. It's pretty amazing. There's different types of cabins on the ship. So we're crossing, and one of the things that's amazing is you're 7 days at sea, but kind of like a summer camp, it condenses time. So the people that you meet and the relationships you build sometimes become lifelong relationships. And out of the 4,000 people on the ship, we met 2 people who were doctors from Michigan. So we're talking with them, and we're sharing the work that we do, and they said, well, you should come by our stateroom. And we went by their stateroom, and they had brought on the ship these giant scrapbooks. And they shared with us how every year they would travel to sub-Saharan Africa and they would set up a clinic literally in the middle of nowhere. And people would literally walk for days to come to their clinic to be treated. And it was an amazing project, an amazing story. And they had all these pictures and stories, and they shared this one story with us of this 8-year-old boy who came to the clinic, and his body had been ravaged by AIDS. And they talked about treating him, but more they talked about the way in which they interacted and what they learned about him and about his family, the people in his family who were still alive. And it was profound. We ended up going back to our stateroom, and we were thinking about this, and we felt like there was something missing. We had to do more. And we had been trying to have a baby, and we had not been successful for a while, and so we were like, this is it. We need to adopt an African baby. This is what we need to do. We need to do something with more meaning. I was adopted. We could create we have a biracial, multiracial home and all of that. We could do incredible things. So we need to adopt a child. We need to do something more than what we're doing in the arts, because we felt like they're saving lives and we are, making a difference, but we're not saving anybody's life. And so the next day we saw them in that evening, and we sat there and we shared with them how profound what they had told us was. And we were like, and so here's what's going to happen. And actually, Afa even emailed back from the ship to her doctor asking to ship her pills over to Italy where we were going to be. And they said, whoa, 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 hold the phone. Don't get it twisted. We have never saved anyone's life through this project. That boy that we were telling you about died 3 months after we left. We didn't stay. We don't save anyone's life. We may prolong life, which is a good thing. They said, we do this because of the joy it brings us, because of the human connection we experience with other people. And that's why we do it. And medicine happens to be our craft, our discipline. But isn't that what you're doing in the arts? That gave us pause, and we continued to think about it. And we thought about it for the rest of the journey, and we ended up in Italy, and Afa's pills actually came, and we realized she was late. And when our first doctor visit came, and we went and they dated back, we realized that we had conceived that very night on the ship. And as we began to think about family, we thought about how we wanted to make sure we tried to live up to that ideal of giving with our children and with our boys, especially with unconditional love, which is something that unfortunately I didn't always receive in my family. There's one last story that I want to share that was just a couple months ago that happened in Davos, Switzerland. And these are some Sphinx artists with Robert Smith, one of the great philanthropic leaders nowadays, and has just truly transformed many areas and fields and educational institutions, especially the arts. And he made this possible for Sphinx artists to be able to go to Davos. And what stood out to me was that Afa was there, and she called, and this is this global convening of all these leaders, and they're talking about changes in the world and society, and Robert's part of all those meetings, but she said, you should see his joy of spending time with our artists. It just moves him in a way that seems profound. And what we know is that these aren't just stories. Research tells us that giving is different. And while money can buy happiness, up to usually about a middle-class income, it buys no further happiness. Increases no happiness beyond a middle-class income. Except when you are giving your money to someone else. That's from the journal Science. Journal of Psychological Science concludes that giving to others is the exception to what they refer to as hedonic adaptation. This is when, as we do things that give us pleasure, bring us happiness, if we do them repeatedly over time, the amount of happiness we get decreases. You love riding roller coasters. You get on a roller coaster. The first time, it's amazing. It transforms your life. Like, this is incredible. You ride the roller coaster 20 times. The 20th time, it is not bringing the same level of satisfaction. We know that. So what they did was they gave a whole bunch of money to a whole bunch of people. They said, spend this repeatedly on yourself. And they did. And what they found is they tracked their happiness as it decreased over time. They gave the same group of people a whole bunch of money, and they said, spend this repeatedly on someone else. And what they find is that the happiness levels not only maintain, but in some instances actually increase. There is something unique about the human condition when we give. And so as you leave here this evening, I encourage you to give something financial, of yourself, of your talent, of your time, every single day beginning today. And when you give an amount that brings meaning not to who you're giving it to, give an amount that gives meaning to you. Because the greater the value of what you give, the greater the impact will be on you. And it is something now that I strive to do each and every day. As I reflect back on this extraordinary life that I'm able to experience, that throughout it, it was made possible through truly the selfish joy of giving by others. And I encourage you to think about, what can you do in terms of giving, not only because you could potentially transform the world around you, but most importantly, because of how it might transform you. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, my name is Amy.
And I'm Deborah, and we're here to lead you guys through a little activity to get to know the people around you a little bit better.
Hey Deborah, did you know that you could forget your childhood memories while you're still in childhood?
That's insane. I wonder what we choose to remember and what we choose to forget, and what affects that.
True, that's fascinating to think about. What's your earliest memory?
Off the top of my head, I would probably have to say me and my dad racing in front of my elementary school when I was really, really little.
Really? All I remember is needing to buy new glasses all the time because kids would accidentally step on them.
That's rough. Everybody, take a minute to think about what your earliest childhood memory is.
Once you have something in mind, turn to the people around you and share. See what you can learn about each other.
Smile. Hey everyone. We hope you all took this as an opportunity to get to know your neighbor a little bit better.
Our next speaker will continue to explore the concept of memories, so please keep these in mind as she begins her talk.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Milena Chan and I've had the privilege of coaching this next speaker. Originally from Australia, she is now a professor here at the University of Michigan. In her talk, she discusses the brain and how memories are affected. Over time, I've come to realize that she is funny, witty, and super intelligent, and I think that you guys will too. So please give a warm applause to this next speaker, Natalie Tronson.
When I first meet someone new and we're doing the who are you, where do you come from, what do you do small talk, people typically ask me two things. Right after asking if I know their friend Bruce, who grew up in Sydney, and after learning that I work on memory, people often ask me how they can make their memory better. Now, when we talk about memory, we typically think of two things. We think of how good or bad we are at remembering information or to spit out back on a test. And we think about how good we are at remembering the items on the grocery list or that thing that I just went upstairs to get and I just can't remember what it was. We also think about the conscious recollection of people, places, and events from our past that we often remember as visual scenes. And many of us can remember these from early in childhood. One of my early memories is going to get a kitten. I'd been bugging my parents for a really long time, and I was so excited we were going to do it. I was all of 3, maybe 4. I went with my father, and maybe my brother was there, and we went to a house, and I got to choose a fluffy, mostly black tortoiseshell kitten. And when we got in the car, and my father handed me this fluff ball, I was suddenly terrified of her claws. We all have a lot of other types of memory too. Learning how to navigate around our town or the building we work in is really important for being able to function in everyday lives. And who's heard of Pavlov's dogs? They learned, I like all the hands there, they learned that a bell predicted food. And they might not have been thinking, okay, bell means food, but they showed behaviors, drooling, probably jumping up and down, suggesting that they knew the food was coming. Now, we all have this type of memory too. We might not think, oh, food, when we see this symbol, or coffee, when we see these, but when we see them, we're more likely to stop to get fries when we're on a road trip, or coffee on our way to work. We might not think too much about this symbol, but for many of you in the audience, and my toddler, will often think or say, go blue, when it pops up on the screen. Memories are important for driving our behavior based on what we've learned in the past and what we've experienced in the past. And when I say we, I mean humans, but I also mean primates, other vertebrates, mammals, birds, reptiles, invertebrates, insects, and probably bacteria too. When we study memory, we're interested in how memory is formed in the brain and how forgetting works. And we also want to know what happens when memory goes wrong in disorders of memory and how can we fix it. And we also want to know how does memory allow us to function in the world. Memory is a fundamental process of the brain. So before we talk more about memory, we need to talk a little bit about the brain. The brain is amazing. It's this mass of interconnected cells held together by sugar and fat. It jiggles. It's electric. It's electric, sending pulses of electricity that cause release of chemicals. And I know you've all seen those direct-to-consumer ads that show that. Those chemicals activate and suppress other neurons, and those in turn help control our behavior. And all of that's pretty cool. But even more amazing is that the brain cells, unlike other cells in our body, change with experience. They increase and decrease these bumpy-looking nodules, each one of which is a connection with another neuron. As they change connections, they change the circuits and networks in our brain, which means that when we next retrieve that memory, our behavior and thoughts are now different from what they would have been before. So who's heard that something changes the brain? Usually as a dire warning. TV changes your brain. Drugs change your brain. Internet, smartphones, definitely changing your brain. Even space can change your brain. All of these statements are true. They're all correct. But it's not some terrible thing. It's not leading down the path to destruction. It's not specific to TV or drugs or space. It's a feature, not a bug, of how the brain stores memory and changes with new information. For example, for all of you in the audience and for all of us on stage, this is the first time we've had this specific experience. Next time you walk by the power center, you're going to activate that specific pattern of connections in your brain that you formed tonight to retrieve the memory of tonight. Congratulations, everybody. We've changed your brain tonight. Now, remembering this evening might not seem like that big a deal. It's just one night in the grand scheme of things. But perhaps one of these talks is going to change how you think about a problem or a concept. Maybe it's going to cause you to change your course of study or change your career path. For animals and us, when we experience something really good, and for most animals that's high-calorie, delicious food, for tonight it might be a really good talk. We want to keep coming back to the same place, seeking out the same kinds of experiences in the hopes of more. But if something really terrible happens, an earthquake maybe, we would remember that event very strongly, and all of us would probably feel anxious coming back into another darkened auditorium. This is a huge change in behavior, and it's really, really adaptive. If you experience something dangerous in the world, you should avoid that in future in order to stay safe. So memory is fundamental for driving our behavior and changing our behavior to keep us safe and allow us to function in the world. Because of this, because memory is so fundamental for how we can function, disorders of memory are particularly problematic. I'm sure all of you have heard of Alzheimer's disease. This is a disorder primarily of memory loss. And as the population ages, it's becoming more and more common. Recent high-profile examples include President Reagan and the country singer Glenn Campbell, who had his own documentary about his disease. It's even depicted in movies, small ones like The Notebook. One of the early symptoms of Alzheimer's disease is commonly getting lost in familiar places. The inability to find one's way home again from the store, somewhere where you've been thousands of times, or find your way to work. This is incredibly distressing and incredibly difficult to continue functioning independently with this kind of memory loss. Now, it's fairly easy to understand why memory loss might disrupt our everyday lives. It's less obvious that overly strong memories are also problematic. Let's think back to that example of what if an earthquake happened tonight. All of us would remember that event, and we would have a good amount of fear and anxiety if we came back into a similar place. But maybe 20% of us would also develop post-traumatic stress disorder. In post-traumatic stress disorder, people have retrieval of that memory very, very vividly. There's extremely strong fear responses, panicky, jumpy, heart racing, but really, really intensely. People with post-traumatic stress disorder wouldn't just remember this when they saw the power center or went into a darkened auditorium. This memory would be triggered in places similar and places really, really different from this as well. When that happens, people want to avoid that panicky feeling. and start to avoid going places in their life, even if they have nothing to do with the original memory. In this way, these overly strong memories in post-traumatic stress disorder are incredibly disruptive to everyday life. So if Alzheimer's disease is a loss of memory and post-traumatic stress disorder is too strong of a memory, can we treat this? Can we go in and manipulate these memories? Can we make memory stronger in people with Alzheimer's disease than for those of us without problems with memory? Maybe. There's legitimate and important research continuing, aiming to strengthen memory and cognitive function in people with Alzheimer's disease and in the normal population, which is a really lucrative career avenue if it works out. And there's legitimate work aiming to erase memory, or at least decrease the strength of memories in post-traumatic stress disorder. Now that I've said that out loud, erasing memory, who's feeling a little icky about the idea of going in and zapping memories, or even selectively strengthening memories? It's all a little Total Recall, although the fact that those movies exist in remakes tells us something about how much we think about these possibilities. And yet, even with this ethical ickiness in mind, I'm going to put money on the fact that many of us in the room would be still pretty happy to try out some memory-enhancing drugs. And in that case, I have some good news and some bad news for you. The good news is that I can tell you how to enhance your memory, and it's free. Add emotion, just not too much. Every single one of us remembers memories with emotion better than those without. It's why we remember where we were when we heard about a traumatic event. For some of us, that might have been 9/11. And why do I remember that particular memory of the kitten and not any of the hundreds of days afterwards I played with her, or the days before when I was bothering my parents to get a kitten? Emotion. I was so excited and so scared. The instructions for this TED Talk include: make us laugh, make us cry. It's not just because it feels good, it's because you're going to remember the talks better that way. You'll talk about them more, and we will have more impact. Congratulations, we've changed your brain tonight. The bad news is, there's always a catch. The bad news is that this advice is probably less than helpful. It's hard to get just that excited about information on a test or scared about the toilet paper on the shopping list. And I still don't remember what I went upstairs to get. But this limitation of memory, this forgetting, is a feature, not a bug. Imagine for a second if you could remember everything you did and where you were and who you were with and when it happened. And there are people who do. How would this make your life better? How would it change your behavior? Most importantly, how would it change your relationships? Perhaps instead of thinking about memory as a vault where items get placed in and removed as needed, a concept of memory that makes us all sound a little like robots, maybe we should think about memory as a flexible and functional map of the world that integrates our physical space, our cognitive space, our emotional space, and everything that we've learned before. As we move through this map made of our memories, we find links that allow us to travel across space and time and context. Perhaps in the course of this talk, you've remembered some long ago fact that you read somewhere about the brain. Or maybe you've thought of your own childhood pet. When information becomes less important, it doesn't go away. It just becomes less closely integrated at all of those points, leaving it to be less easily accessible. It's not gone. It's still there somewhere. You just can't access it. And when we learn information, that gets integrated at all of the new points. If you use a memory a lot, it's going to get integrated throughout that map at a lot of different key points. This analogy allows us to think about why disorders of memory are so brutal. Overly strong memories become integrated at key points where they shouldn't be. Wherever you are in your map, you're going to access that memory and retrieve it, and it's going to interfere and intrude in your everyday life. In disorders of memory loss, it's not just a file-by-file deletion of things you once knew, it's a stripping back of layers of information until you don't understand where the person in front of you fits within your life, breaking down your world to absolute zero. This analogy also lets us revisit that original question. How can I make my memory better? Perhaps if we think about memory not as information to be spat out on the map or the grocery list to remember, spat out on an exam, or the grocery list to be remembered, but instead as this map that allows us to have conversations, find our way around the world, find food, stay safe, and generally function. What is there to improve?
Wow. Thank you so much, Natalie, for that memorable talk. We surely won't forget it.
Thank you. It was an honor getting to know you these past few months. Next up, we have local musicians here on campus that use non-traditional instruments to make music.
Please welcome Groove.
Hey everyone, how's it going? My name's Dar Sleeper, and tonight I get the great pleasure of introducing to you a man who inspires me greatly. And as it turns out, I'm not the only one. This man inspires many. When six-time Super Bowl champion Tom Brady was asked, would it be safe to say this man is one of your greatest influences in life? Before the interviewer was even done asking the question, Tom Brady said, without a doubt. And Tom Brady's not the only one. Desmond Howard, Michael Phelps, those are just some of the names of the people that he's inspired greatly. So without further ado, the man who believes in himself and others, Greg Harden.
Wow, thank you so much. I'm so excited to be a part of this program. And let me tell you why. I have an audience of folks who are deliberately and intentionally committed to learning from others, who came to be inspired and motivated, who are truly true believers in what does it mean to learn from others, to be innovative, to get excited about life. I don't get an audience like that too often, so I want you to be real clear. I'm happy. Well, you heard that I worked with a lot of people, a lot of special people, many of them in athletics. We talked about Tom Brady and Desmond Howard and Michael Phelps. But I've also worked with Division I athletes and amateur and professional athletes, people who were dying, doing anything they could to make it to the Olympics. I've worked with bronze medalists, silver medalists, gold medalists. The list goes on and on and on. But that's not who I'm talking about tonight. I'm talking about people like you. I've worked with hundreds, perhaps thousands of individuals who allowed me to push them, to challenge them, to dare them to believe in themselves, to teach them the same bloody thing you teach Tom Brady. If you don't believe in yourself, Tom, why should I believe in you? Talk about believing in yourself. There's a guy who we can count on to make it real. I've worked with hundreds of thousands of people whose names you will never know, whose faces you've never seen. And they allowed me to push one agenda that I really like pushing, and that is to be a little different. There's a lot of folks in this room that can relate, because there's some folks in this room that are a little different. Am I right or wrong? But being different is something that I've been invested in a long time. I should probably share with you a story. 14 years old, I can remember like it was yesterday, 14, 15. My uncle comes to harass me as usual. At 8 years old, he was amusing, and I thought he was delightful. By 15, I couldn't stand him. He walks in, and he's picking, he's poking, he's prodding. He's doing all he can to get on my last nerve, and it's working. And he then says to me, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" If it had been anyone else, I probably would have said a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer, a psychologist. But since it was him, I looked at him and said, "What do I want to be? I want to be different." That irritated him to no end. He's like, "Different? No, seriously, boy. What do you want to do when you're an adult?" I said, "Seriously, I want to be different." Now, subconsciously, I was simply saying in a polite way, I didn't want to be like you. If that's the future. But think about it. You all remember being 14, 15, 16. And who wants to grow up, given what we have seen with some of the adults in our lives? I was preoccupied at 14 with the fact that they seemed the majority, or some, were constantly complaining and whining and moaning and groaning and incessantly picking at each other and badgering each other. They were negative, miserable, and depressed. Why would I sign up for that? Well, it was not only that some were miserable, negative, and depressed. They recruited you. They said, "Come on in. This is the way the world is. This is what life is all about. Come on in here, and you've got to pick a side. You got to pick a religion. You got to pick a politic. You've got to figure out how to make money and consume everything that you can and make sure that you think only about yourself. At 14, something in me was uniquely different. And I didn't want to be those people. Unfortunately, time beats you down. And I happened to be growing up in an era in American history that was a bit challenging. And the hate that hate made tried to consume me. I was angry. I wasn't just miserable and depressed. I was ready to take on the world. But secretly, somewhere in the back of my mind was that obsession to not be that guy. Between 18 and 25, I was my own worst enemy. I was the worst enemy that you could have. And I began to understand clearly and distinctly that the only thing that exceeded my ignorance was my arrogance. My thinking, I know exactly what's going on, and this is the way the world is, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Only to find out that I was deluded, programmed and socialized. Socialized to be prejudiced, socialized to be sexist, brainwashed into being a homophobe, a xenophobe, anti-this, anti-that, hating groups of people, groups. I remember trying to hate white folks. And one day it dawned on me, it's too many. This is not working. This is too much work. I had to give it up for Lent, you know. But the hate that hate made, it was consuming me. I had to return to a vision of a 14-year-old. I'm 25 years old, and I have to return and try to capture what a 14-year-old me saw. Well, as indicated, I've worked with a lot of folk, more than just megastars. I've worked with CEOs and entrepreneurs and Fortune 100 companies. I've had a chance to work with the privileged, the entitled. I've had a chance to work with the poor and the disenfranchised, alcoholics and addicts, and guess what? They have more in common than you think. All of them want their lives to work. All of them want to dream bigger. They want to believe in something greater than themselves. They want to commit to something. They want to learn how to improve their performance and maintain that improvement over time. That's what the majority of folks like. I also discovered that the majority were not negative, miserable, and depressed. The majority was like you, dreamers, believers, people who want the world to work. Now, if you have never been needed before, you are sorely needed now. This country, this culture, this world is desperately seeking leadership of a different ilk, of a different kind. People who want to build each other up, not tear them down. People who want to just invest in one another and to dream big, believe big, and become big in the most positive sense of the words. What else they have in common is most of them don't like pain. You thought I forgot you. I didn't. Most of them don't like pain. There are two motivating factors in our world: the pursuit of pleasure and the avoidance of pain. Am I right or wrong? And we're talking about not just physical pain. We're talking about emotional, psychological pain. People will do anything to get away from it. Reminds me of a story. The first job I had after grad school, I worked as a clinical therapist. And I was on the job 2 weeks and 2 days. 2 weeks and 2 days. When the boss walked up to me and said, "Greg, we've had an inpatient last night coming to the ER, overdosed and attempted suicide. Our counselors, several of them have already gone up and have been rejected." And we sent our senior counselor up, and it didn't go so well. We sent our psychiatrist to see her. Ooh, that wasn't pleasant at all. I even went to see her, and quite frankly, I did my best, and it didn't work. How would you like to go see her? Who in their right mind? I mean, I'm not stupid. I don't want to go see this woman. So I looked him dead in the eye, and I said, yes, sir, I'll be glad to try. 2 weeks, 2 days. So you can imagine that elevator ride up to the 5th floor. The demons of despair, fear and self-doubt, attacked. Fool, you've been here 2 weeks and 2 days. What you gonna do? How are you gonna approach this young woman? I said, look, but fear and self-doubt forgot one thing. I had already decided that they were predictable, therefore manageable. I knew they would show up. So I said hello and dismissed them because I had 90 seconds to figure out my next move. Right? 5th floor. Here's her room. I bounce into her room, the most excited person on the planet Earth. I got on a suit and a tie, and I'm just giddy and excited. And I make it real clear that I am about to explode with enthusiasm. She pulled the cover over her head and buried her head under 2 pillows. I continued. I said, I just couldn't wait to meet you. I heard that you were an amazing human being who happened to do the impossible. I heard that you were on the football team and were the first young lady to join the football team. And I just wanted to know, are you a kicker? Are you a quarterback? Did you break your leg? Did you hurt your shoulder? She pulled her cover down and looked at this idiot in her room. She said, I am not a football player. I haven't broken my leg. I said, well, wow, then who are you? Doesn't matter. I don't want to talk to you or anyone. I said, well, why is that? Because you're going to say the same thing everyone else has said that's walked into my room. You're going to tell me I'm too young and that I haven't thought about and I haven't led any life whatsoever and I have so much to live for. I said, oh. I changed my body language and the tone of voice. I looked and got all up in her face and all in her space. And I asked her, have I done anything like anybody that you've met so far? She said, no, sir. I said, well, then don't tell me how I'm going to act and what I'm going to do and how I'm going to approach it. Don't put me in a box. Got it? Yes, sir. I said, you want to tell me why you decided to take yourself out? We engaged. She told me a story that broke my heart. She told me a story that at first I was angry when she started. And by the time it was done, I was sad. This 15-year-old girl who had attempted suicide the night before and was dating a 27-year-old guy who had introduced her to every drug imaginable. It was a household of drug-addicted, polydrug-addicted individuals, and she was the one that was responsible for taking care of the household and cooking and cleaning and everything else. Did I mention the 27-year-old was paraplegic and needed tremendous amount of care? She was broke down, worn out, mentally, physically, perhaps sexually abused. I was in tears by the time she finished. I looked at her and I told her, I understand. I understand completely. She said, what? I said, you're 15 years old. You wanted the pain to stop. And what else could you come up with? She said, oh, seriously? I said, yes. She said, thank you so much for understanding. I said, while I understand, I don't agree with your strategy. What you came up with was a permanent solution to a temporary problem. Would you allow me to help you examine some options? She agreed. Together, we began to work. In 6 months, this young woman transformed herself, and all I did was teach her the same thing I would teach anyone that comes in my space. That self-love and self-acceptance is the critical piece to the puzzle. Looking outside of yourself for self-worth and self-esteem will not work. I taught her and encouraged her to understand that she must practice, train, and rehearse believing in herself more than anyone else, to trust herself, and to stop thinking that someone that needs you loves you. Months later, I ran into her family, and they joked about this maniac who popped into their daughter's room and asked her to see the world a little bit differently. I love seeing the world differently. As a matter of fact, I had to change my whole attitude and my whole outlook on life to become sophisticated enough to be a professional in an environment, in an arena where I get paid to do what I would do for free. Build people up. Try to be positive in a negative world. What I teach people is how to stay sane in an insane world. But I'm not here to talk to you just about what you hear all the time. Believe in yourself, believe in yourself. I need more from you. I'm here to recruit. I need you to not just believe it. I need you to teach it, preach it. I need you to push the agenda. I need this majority to stop being silent. This world is desperately in need of the visions that are in this room. There's some big dreams in this room. There's some big dreams in this room, but dreaming is not enough. I need you to believe, not just in yourself, but in your dream and who you want to become. Your behavior should match your beliefs, but you need to push this agenda. This culture, this society, this world is in desperate need of leaders like you to not sit back and just process and analyze. We need you to take the world by storm. My wife, who's here tonight, the magnificent Shalia Hardin. She would tell you, this is a quote, to live your best life now. Think about that. To deliberately and intentionally grasp and become committed to being the best friend you ever had in your life. Your best friend has to be you. What I did was created a mantra for myself, and that mantra, you know how you heard, I can, I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. I went further. I went on, I must, I shall, I will, I can transform myself, change myself, believe in myself. Stop being obsessed with the negative and pursue the positive. I must, I shall, I will, I can become obnoxiously optimistic and get on people's nerves being so bloody happy. You understand? But what do you teach a Tom Brady? I can't teach Tom Brady how to throw a ball. You think I taught Michael Phelps? Michael, this is the proper technique for entering the water on your backstroke. All I can tell him is the same thing I'm telling you. To practice, train, and rehearse. Giving 100% of the time. If you can teach yourself to give 100% of the stuff you don't even like, what happens when you get to the stuff you love? You've created a habit of giving 100%. If you can practice, train, and rehearse. If you practice, train, and rehearse being optimistic, you'll be an optimist. If you practice, train, and rehearse being negative, miserable, and depressed, you'll be good at it. If you practice, train, and rehearse being trustworthy and dependable or God-fearing, whatever you can come up with, that's what you will become. I'm asking you to simply believe with all your heart, with all your nerves, with every sinew in your body, that this world is worth living in. But I need you to push an agenda. So, time is no longer a friend of mine, so let me leave you with this. 6 is a magic number for me, and I'm going to say something 6 times, 6 times, 6 times. I'm not asking you to repeat after me. You understand? All you got to do is make sure I say it 6 times. Are you ready? I believe in myself. 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 You couldn't help but think about it, could you? You couldn't help it. You just programmed yourself. You understand? Practice, train, and rehearse. Believe in yourself. understand that you're no different from Desmond Howard, Tom Brady, Michael Phelps. They simply had a skill set. But they all had to believe without question or pause that they could have the world. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Hi guys, my name is Rubani Walia, and I've had the pleasure to be part of the team that chose this year's Award for Innovation. This year's recipient has demonstrated their innovative abilities by increasing accessibility to menstrual products. Here to accept the 2019 Award for Innovation, please welcome to the stage .org.
Hi, we would like to thank TEDx for supporting our organization, providing us with this award, and providing us with this space to share our story. We are the .org, and we're an aspiring nonprofit and student-led organization focused on reducing the stigma surrounding menstruation and providing greater accessibility to menstrual hygiene products throughout Washtenaw County.
So through research, I became increasingly aware of the effects of the stigma surrounding menstruation. Consider how women have been depicted as weak and unable to perform to the same level as men, lowering expectations in the workplace. Menstruating is biased toward those who can afford the expensive yet additionally taxed products to address their cycle. And furthermore, products are not readily accessible in public restrooms, so experiencing economic disadvantages has encouraged me to increase the accessibility to these products.
So about roughly half of the population will or has experienced menstruation, and the other half has probably been neglected on the education of the topic. And this neglect has led to a negative stigma associated with the natural bodily process as well as a lack of accessibility.
So to increase this accessibility, we are working with marginalized communities and local businesses. We are working on developing a subscription service for businesses so they can provide pads and tampons in their restrooms, and this will determine if there is a need for these products at the location and to provide proof of the affordability.
From there, businesses can purchase a dispenser such as this prototype, and then sign on to a subscription service for the amount of products they need. Proceeds from this will go back into the community to provide monthly supplies of products to the individuals in the marginalized communities that we work with.
So this award will allow us to initiate production of these dot houses. These dot houses differ from the traditional metal dispensers that you see in a lot of bathrooms because we don't charge per product, and also we cater to the aesthetic of the business that we're working with. So when all of this is accomplished, we foresee a sustainable future. Thank you so much.
We hope you've enjoyed this inspiring first half of speakers and performers. We will now be taking a 30-minute intermission.
Feel free to take this time to explore some of the labs that we have set up in the lobby. We have a string activity, coloring pages, speaker bios, and more. If you would like to stay in the auditorium, feel free to enjoy piano music by our pianist, Sherwin Navaz, a junior here at the University of Michigan.
We have some refreshments for you outside as well, but we ask that you please do not bring them back into the auditorium. The lights will flicker at 5 minutes before the next speaker to let you know when to start getting back to your seats.
If you were unable to pick up your name tag before the show, feel free to go grab it now. If you picked up your name tag but did not pick up a piece of paper and pencil, make sure to grab that as well. Enjoy your intermission, and we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Thank you.
I'm a designer and an educator. I'm a multitasking person, and I push my students to fly through a very creative multitasking design process. But how efficient is really this multitasking? Let's consider for a while the option of monotasking. A couple of examples. Look at that. This is my multitasking activity result. So trying to cook, answering the phone, writing SMS, and maybe uploading some pictures about this awesome barbecue. So someone tell us the story about super taskers. So these 2% of people who are able to control multitasking environment. But what about ourselves? And what about our reality? When's the last time you really enjoy just the voice of your friend? So this is a project I'm working on, and this is a series of front covers to downgrade our super hyper mobile phones into the essence of their function. Another example, have you never been to Venice? How beautiful it is to lost ourselves in this little street on the island. But our multitasking reality is pretty different and full of tons of information. So what about something like that to rediscover our sense of adventure? I know that could sound pretty weird to speak about mono when the numbers of possibilities is so huge. But I push you to consider the option of focus on just one task, or maybe turning your digital senses totally off. So nowadays, everyone could produce his mono product. Why not? So find your monotask spot within the multitasking world. Thank you.
You may know our next speaker because you've ordered t-shirts from him. Along with being the co-founder of the national custom apparel company Underground Printing, our next speaker is a lecturer at the University of Michigan, as well as on the board of various organizations, such as the Summer Festival. In addition, he's also a startup investor, as well as involved in the local government. However, he wasn't always like this. He first attended the University of Michigan as an undergraduate student studying chemical engineering. Here today to talk about what it means to be a jack of all trades, as well as the amazing influencers he's met during his journey, please welcome Rishi Narayan.
What does it mean to be called a jack of all trades? Well, we know it comes from the quote, "Jack of all trades, master of none." If you Google search jack of all trades, this is the second image that pops up. And I think it's pretty fitting to what all of us think. Calling someone a jack of all trades implies that their knowledge and skills are superficial at best. It's usually not a compliment. Well, growing up, a jack of all trades was the opposite of what I wanted to be. This is me as a senior at Okemos High School, just outside of Lansing, Michigan. I was your prototypical overachiever growing up, extremely concerned about grades, focused on advanced placement classes, and heavily involved in extracurriculars. I was student body co-president, captain of the varsity tennis team, and my summer job was in a university lab, all things that look great on a college application. In general, I wanted to be considered one of the smartest kids in school, and I was maybe overly concerned about what my peers and adults thought of me and my accomplishments. Now, that senior year, I took physics, and my teacher was a great guy named Jim Powers. And Mr. Powers didn't just teach physics. He was also an offensive line coach for the football team, as well as a tennis coach. my tennis coach. And that's not really something you see these days or anywhere. Some may even say a jack of all trades type. Now in class, Mr. Powers used to teach certain physics concepts in 3 different ways. The first way was a slow A, where you would calculate the exact right way to answer the question. It usually took a little longer. Then there was the fast B. It wasn't the exact answer, but it was much quicker. And finally, the shortcut C, which is just a way to get some partial credit. So what did this look like in class? Well, let's take calculating work done by a variable force. The slow A involves calculating the area under the curve and gets you the exact right answer. It takes a little longer. The fast B uses Riemann sums to get almost the exact area under the curve, but it's much quicker. And finally, the shortcut C is draw a triangle and hope it works. So you may not all be up on your physics these days, and I don't blame you. So let's use a different example. How about drawing a circle? The slow A involves going to the store and buying the proper tool, a compass, because who has a compass at their house, and getting the right pencil and drawing the perfect circle. The fast B involves going to the cupboard or the pantry and getting a container and tracing a circle. And the shortcut C, well, it's just freehand. My 17-year-old brain couldn't quite comprehend why anyone would want to learn anything other than the A method. Why even teach 3 ways? So like any good overachiever, I ignored the others and focused on the A method. After high school, I decided to follow in my professor father's footsteps and major in chemical engineering at the University of Michigan. Go Blue! I treated that first year of college like a continuation of high school. I overloaded my schedule with 18 credits, difficult courses like organic chemistry, and I piled on the extracurriculars once again. I even ran for Michigan Student Assembly and won. The summer after freshman year, I took it a step further, and I decided to help my childhood friend, Ryan Gregg, with his company, building and selling lofts for dorm rooms. Ryan, who was also a U of M student, he was in charge of the production, and I was in charge of the sales. And just like that, we were in a startup. Now, for 2 budding entrepreneurs, there's a major problem with the loft game, and that involves the fact that it's only operable 1 week a year, move-in week, and we were itching to get our hands into something else. And then one fateful day, I was driving my beloved Ford Probe GT Turbo on the highway when it broke down. But I was lucky enough that a friendly tow truck driver named Rick offered to give me a ride back to campus. Rick and I got to talking, and after telling him my story, I was excited to learn that he too was an entrepreneur and even had some old screen printing equipment from a prior business that he was willing to sell. I was really excited. When I got back to campus, I called Ryan up and I said, we got to do this. So we got together, talked to Rick, and we decided to buy that equipment and start a custom t-shirt company. We figured we were still involved in campus and we could cater to various student groups and organizations. But the thing is, it was almost over before it even started. The overachiever in me kicked in, and I started to think about all the reasons we wouldn't be a success and what we didn't know. We decided we had to call Rick up and give him the bad news, but we had to back out. But Rick was an overachiever. Rick was a jack of all trades of his own, in his own right, and he had a rebuttal for every excuse that we could come up with. We didn't know anything about screen printing. That's okay. He would teach us. We couldn't afford the lease payments at the spot we were looking at. No problem. We could set up shop in his garage for free next to a broken down Chevy where his golden retriever slept. Rick was obviously a subscriber to the Fast B philosophy, and he wasn't going to let us get bogged down in needing to know all the details and how it was going to end up. We just had to bite the bullet and get started. So we did. And it turns out it wasn't the worst idea. Sales grew, our customer base grew through word of mouth, and we even started to advertise. Things were looking up. But the business was starting to take more of my time and attention, and it was becoming difficult to balance my schoolwork. And this is where I reached a crossroads. It was still very important to me to get that engineering degree, and I felt immense pressure to excel in the classroom. But here I was, spending all this time on this startup that made no money, seemingly had no scale, and wasn't even related to my degree. I was going to be a chemical engineer, a highly sought after, well-respected, potentially lucrative career, right? But I had been bitten by the entrepreneurial bug. I loved every aspect of running a business, and I couldn't give it up. So it was up to me to embrace that internal struggle and figure out how to make it all work. It was then that I thought back to high school and how insightful Mr. Power's teaching method really was. My whole life up until this point had been focused on getting the A at all costs. But after getting reacquainted with the FAST-B method in our startup, I started to look for it in all our problem sets and projects and classes. If I could get there a little faster, take a little less time, and get the same basic end result, that was good enough for me, even if I wasn't mastering it. Now, I know what you might be thinking. This is a typical college kid, maybe overwhelmed or looking for an excuse to slack off. But it wasn't about excuses for me. It was about finding a way to balance my schoolwork with this opportunity that I had been presented. And I knew that if I could just acknowledge the fact that the end result may not be what I was going to be used to, then I could use this FAST-B method to maybe reframe my definition of success in the classroom. Now, there's a major barrier that prevents the overachiever from subscribing to the FAST-B philosophy, and it centers around the perception of success. It's not like you can just turn off the part of your brain that for 18 years is spent caring about A's and what other people think. It's difficult when your self-worth is ingrained in the end result. For much of my, if you ask me what I did, I would tell you, I'm studying to be a chemical engineer. And I do this little t-shirt thing on the side. The perception was just so important to me that I downplayed it. And when you haven't matched up, sorry, press the wrong button there. And when you feel like you haven't matched up, and you're an overachiever conditioned to believe that the pinnacle of success is the only success, then what are you left with? It's that four-letter word that begins with F, which you all saw. Fail. Failure is the thing that keeps us overachievers up at night. It's our worst-case scenario. It happens a lot, and we even have all sorts of books and quotes and mantras to help us talk about embracing failure. But I believe that for many of us, it's too difficult to think of failure as a positive thing. The word itself can be too much to overcome. Look at it. And if failure is truly not an option, then we need another way to approach taking opportunities and chances. Why is this important? Well, a recent study at Yale University concluded that the brain only learns when there is uncertainty. That means we're only truly learning when we step outside our comfort zone and take chances. And for me, that's what the FAST-B method is all about. It's not about A's and B's and C's or grades. It's about a way to approach an opportunity and give yourself a chance to take that first step without getting hung up on the end result. Now, I'll be the first to admit that this method isn't a solution for all things. There are many situations in life where there is nothing acceptable other than an A result. If I'd been a surgeon or a pilot, then I might not be up here talking to you about this. But as an entrepreneur, I used to have a beard. But as an entrepreneur and looking back at what has given me the confidence to take advantage of some of these opportunities, it's my acceptance of the Fast B that's been integral. And it need not end at first steps. What started out as a small side hustle for Ryan and I almost 2 decades ago is now known as Underground Printing, a national custom printed apparel company with locations throughout the country and over 250 employees. So let's circle back to the jack of all trades. In researching for this talk, I learned that the quote that I said isn't even the full quote. There's more to it. It goes like this: a jack of all trades, master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. And that blew my mind. This term that I thought for most of my life was a negative was actually written as a positive. We've been taught to equate success to mastery, but for some of us, maybe it's a limiting factor. And if we can just rethink how we look at success, then we can open ourselves up to opportunities and experiences that we would not have taken before. Now, in looking back on high school and Mr. Powers, of course I think about the core of the Fast B philosophy I learned from him. But I also think about how you never truly appreciate those people who in your life open up your eyes to different ideas and ways of thinking. And it's only many years later that you really understand and appreciate what those lessons meant to you. And more often than not, you don't have a chance to share and thank those influential teachers and educators. So before I end, I want to take this opportunity to introduce all of you to Mr. Jim Powers, who's here with us tonight, and to thank him for changing the course of my life. Stand up, Coach P, and take a bow. Thanks, all of you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ria.
And I'm Shivani.
And we are so excited you're all here with us today. After Rishi's amazing talk, we certainly have a lot to think about. His advice to us was to think about a fast B over a slow A and to redefine our personal definitions of success.
We've definitely got a lot of great advice tonight. What's some of the best advice you've been given?
Well, I've always internalized this piece of advice my dad gave me. He told me, know your worth, because your actions will always speak better for you.
Some of the best advice that I've ever been given is probably that it's a bad day. It's not a bad life. I think a lot of people get drowned out by the bad things, but it's important to remember that it'll pass.
That's astute. I love it. All right.
So our next little activity has to do with the piece of paper and pencil you were given when you were given your name tag.
Get these out because we're going to ask you to do a little activity with them. So on this piece of paper, write down the best piece of advice that you've ever received. Take a couple minutes to do this. All right, how's everybody doing? We'll give you a couple more seconds to write down your piece of advice. Okay. Is everybody ready? All right, so now we're going to ask you to take your piece of paper and crumple it up into a little ball, like this. A snowball, if you will.
All right, so on the count of 3, we want you to throw your snowballs. Throw them across the room, throw them high, throw them wherever you want. Except, well, don't throw them at anybody. But we want you to open up someone else's
On the
piece
count of 3, on the count of 3.
On the count of 3, not now. And we want you to open up someone else's piece of advice and see what words they have for you. Not yet!
Hold on to your pieces of paper. Everybody ready? Take a minute. Okay, ready?
1, 2, 3.
Woo! All right, now pick up a piece of paper and see what people have to tell you. If you want, keep throwing them around.
All right. So we hope this little activity helped you guys share some words of wisdom with each other. Hold on to them tonight and see where they take you.
Thank you guys so much, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Guys, our next speaker is an assistant professor in the economics department with a love for all things math. After getting a degree in mathematics, she transitioned to economics and got her PhD from the University of Bonn. It's been a whirlwind couple of months for her, but she's here to tell us how math can be used to make sense of the world around us and how it can help us overcome roadblocks in our lives. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Anne-Catherine Roesler.
Sometimes chaos strikes. My way to deal with chaos is to treat it as a puzzle, find some structure in it, and then find a way to put the pieces together. I just see puzzles everywhere around me. It's never been any other way, and so studying math was the natural thing to do. I never really questioned it. It all worked out perfectly. My preferred university, Bonn, the perfect fields of study, math and astronomy, and a fantastic scholarship. It felt like I had stepped out into the world and was set on my dream path. But my professional life on paper has a twist. A couple of years later, I switched from math and astronomy to doing a PhD in economics, and that without ever having taken an economics class before. What happened? I love the beauty, the clarity, and the purity of math. But for me, there was something missing. For me, when you add a drop of creativity to math, that's when the magic happens. That's when we get to play and have fun with math. Economics, and especially game theory, seemed like a field where I could find this little extra that I was missing in math. So I never quit math. I just use it in a different context now. Game theory allows me to turn questions into mathematical puzzles and solve them. I consider math fun, powerful, and beautiful. I know this is pretty much in contrast to the common perception about math. From my experience, when most people think or hear about math, what comes to their mind are words such as boring, complicated, subject I hated most at school, numbers, calculus, and so on. Asking students on campus pretty much confirmed this. Rest in peace, GPA. So, in my view, the impression that many have about math is incomplete, misleading, and oversimplified. Yes, I did say and mean oversimplified. I'm not trying to say that learning math cannot be frustrating. It takes time to figure it out. But learning to walk, playing an instrument, and training in sports, this all takes time. It takes numerous attempts to figure it out, and then even more practice to build consistency and master a new skill. But we need to stay in it long enough to get to the good stuff. So, why don't we give the same patience and determination to math? It sometimes makes me sad that so many people don't push past those roadblocks and hence never get to see the fun parts of math. There's nothing like the excitement when you finally figure something out. Those moments are magical. Well, don't worry, I'm not going to use the next couple of minutes to hand-wavily explain some higher math to you. It wouldn't be enough time. Instead, let me try to give you a glimpse into how I see and use math. So, had I said that I want to talk about the art of learning, would you be more curious, more intrigued, and more relaxed? Well, the Greek origin of the word math can be translated as fond of learning, knowledge, learning, studying. In math, in German, it's sometimes translated as die Kunst des Lernens. The literal translation of this is the art of learning. I love this translation since it reflects so much of what math is for me. Now, even though math is so precise, there's no standard or commonly accepted definition of it. We know it's about studying structure, patterns, change, and so much more. Math, as well as music, uses abstract notation to represent abstract structures. There's another similarity. Structure is an important building block of math and music. Have you ever thought about the difference between music and the noise of a truck passing by? Essentially, it's just air hitting our eardrums a little bit differently. In the case of music, there's structure in it. Now, in math, it's important to know all relevant assumptions and definitions, to know the context. Let me give you a simple example. Take two numbers, say 11 and 3. What can we do with them? Well, we can simply add them. 11 plus 3 is 14. I guess you all agree with me on that. Well, yes, 14 is correct if we interpret it in our standard number system. But what if I had told you that this is about time? It's 11, and we add 3 hours of work. What time is it then? Well, here in the US, I guess most people would say 2. In mathematical terms, this is modular arithmetic. In the case of the clock, arithmetic modulo 12. So you can think about this as every 12 hours, time wraps around once and we restart counting from 0. Does anyone know what this is? No? It's also a clock. A binary clock that uses the binary system to display time. Now, if we were to interpret what to us looks like 11 in the binary system, it represents the number 3 in our standard decimal system. Yet another interpretation, yet another connection. So this very simple example already shows us the richness of math and that context matters. In order to be able to interpret information correctly, we need to know the context. This applies to math as well as to life. Now, I said that I wanted to give you a glimpse into how I see and use math. Let me tell you a story. It shows how I see structures, find patterns, and use logic to solve problems. Well, sometimes I take this approach a little bit to the extreme. When I was 16, I had a lot of interests. Math, competitive badminton, music. In a sense, I fit in everywhere but nowhere. As a student, as a teenager, that made me feel lost. I wanted to belong to some group, to really fit in. Now, all the cool kids, they all drank beer. Don't worry, that's totally legal in Germany when you're 16. The issue was, I really didn't like beer. Actually, I hated it. I thought it's disgusting. I did like wine, but wine wasn't cool. So I knew from experience that it sometimes takes time and practice to learn to like something new. So, super motivated, I made this training plan to teach myself to like beer. It worked as follows. Every time my mom, dad, or friends would drink beer, I would ask if I can take a sip. So every day I would take a sip, and then at some point I would have a breakthrough and learn to like beer. Sounds like a solid plan, right? So in theory, it should have worked. Well, in my case, it just resulted in a couple of pretty rough months until I eventually gave up. I realized that I was investing effort into something that just wasn't me, that wasn't even good for me, and I did all of this just to conform, to fit in. So today, I just admit, I'm German and I don't like beer. But yeah, today I embrace this little flaw. So my beer experiment didn't work. Does it mean it was a bad plan? Here, my way of thinking kicks back in, and I want to understand why. Now, one fun aspect about game theory is that it provides us with the tools to model and analyze strategic situations. The modeling techniques also apply to the single-player case, such as my beer training story. So, a simple toy model of the beer training situation could look as follows. Every time I take a sip, there's a certain probability alpha that I will have a success, meaning I learn to like beer. Otherwise, I can choose to quit or continue. Now, the whole situation basically results in a sequence of statistically independent Bernoulli trials, and we could calculate the probability that, say, after 100 sips, I still don't like beer. If you want details or have questions about this, come to my office hours. Now, if you were to interpret the results of a model like this, it could suggest two possible reasons why the beer experiment failed. One, I stopped too early, or two, I never really had a chance, and the probability that I will ever learn to like beer is just 0. So maybe the problem was not the plan, but the goal. Maybe I just invested my energy in the wrong thing. I think that this is generally something that's very important, to be true to ourselves and to focus our energy accordingly. This is something that we easily forget. If we fall into this trap that we feel like we need to work more and do more to be more, we just end up mindlessly chasing goals, and along the way may even forget if these are really our goals. So this summer, there was another twist in my life. I got catapulted out of my life as it was by a truck that hit me from behind while running. There was no way I could see it coming or avoid it. It's too early to say much about this because I'm still in recovery, but a couple of things became clear as a result of this. My many interests, those distractions, being fit on a very high cognitive and physical level when I got hit, this made a huge difference in the outcome. So, looking back, I did not train to be fit. I trained for life. The accident temporarily took away a lot of the skills and craft that I worked so long and hard to develop. Before, I was doing research every day. I got to go to the gym and train and play. This all changed when I woke up in the hospital with a traumatic brain injury and my shoulder being in pretty bad shape. Suddenly, I struggled to remember and repeat back 5 words. Normal conversations were challenging. I was dizzy all the time, and my coordination was off. Walking backwards suddenly felt like trying to walk on my hands. Realizing this was frustrating and scary. It felt like, in a split second, a lot of my skills had disappeared. What helps me is that I could fall back on one of the most important lessons my parents have taught us. We are worth more than our achievements. Our skills and craft, they can be taken away from us. But I was lucky. What the accident did not take is my personality, my curiosity, my determination, and my willingness to work hard. I learned another important lesson the hard way. The future is not guaranteed. Not for anyone, not at any age. Had I known the accident would happen, I would have done a lot of things the same. I would have enjoyed learning, sports, music, life. And in all of that, I would have worked towards high standards. I would have focused more on enjoying every second of it, on enjoying the process, while working on building my goals, brick by brick. The puzzles we encounter in life are not rigid, but there are various ways to put the pieces together. There's no unique solution. Math teaches us that there are often many ways to solve a problem, to prove a theorem. The accident destroyed part of what I had built before, but the building blocks are still there. And while it's said that recovery is about getting back to 100%, it's not about going back in life. It's about putting the pieces together in the best way I can imagine. We evolve and learn from our experiences. So What I am building up now may look quite similar or quite different to what I had built before. I think this is a perspective that can help us in general to face challenges, to deal with chaos in life, however big or small it may be. With perseverance, creativity, and patience, we get to rebuild our life. We get to work on creating our own unique masterpiece.
Thanks for really putting that in an equation we can all compute. Our next performance is a group of dedicated students who work in our campus, around the community, and nationwide to not only promote the diversity of their group, but also inspire others to learn from the traditional Indian dance Ras. Please welcome me, and please be with me in welcoming Michigan Wolveras.
Skip your turn.
रमेरे माड़ी चादर चौके गाजर मानी कार किनोते बरसत सद्गुरु कृपा पियो 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 सद्गुरु कृपा आनंद आनंद सद्गुरु कृपा आनंद आनंद सद्गुरु कृपा पियो 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 सद्गुरु कृपा बरसत सद्गुरु कृपा पियो 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 सद्गुरु कृपा
Our next speaker is a senior here at U of M studying electrical engineering. He turned his childhood passion of 3D printing into building complex prosthetics that have benefited countless people. He has redefined his failures and is here today to speak on the power of possibility. Please welcome Aaron Chow.
Thanks, Ankita. I am an international arms dealer at age 21. I make these arms for children to use. Now, that's an interesting area of expertise for someone my age. How do you even end up where? Well, today I'd like to talk to you about that, how I ended up here, and what I learned, and how I learned to do it. It all started with Nerf guns. How many of you guys have played with Nerf guns? Maybe some of you guys have even participated in Nerf wars in your schools, running around the city with your friends, trying to tag other people, and advance to later rounds of the game. Well, I know in high school, me and my friends did that a lot. And of course, one of the most important parts of Nerf wars was how tactical your blasters looked. Didn't matter how well they worked, but it did matter how they looked. Whether we had scopes, laser sights, or even painting them, we all had a lot of fun tricking out our Nerf blasters. But more about my Nerf guns later. Right now, I want to talk about how you get there. How do you have the information and resources to build something like that? How do you start failing your way to success. Now, resources, they enable people to do great things. But unfortunately, a lot of people don't have access to the kind of resources that we use to build great things. But what happens if you do? What can be made out of that? Me, I was really fortunate to go to a school that really encouraged active exploration outside the classroom. One of these things was Science Olympiad. We got to learn about a myriad of scientific topics, all through hands-on setting. For me, one of my years, I was competing in shock value. It was an event all about electricity and circuits. After 4 months of really rigorous studying and one day of incredibly stressful competition, I went home and made the following entry into my personal journal. I am grateful that I competed in shock value because now I know I never want to be an electrical engineer. So this is great, right? A lot of us come into college, maybe we don't know what we want to do, maybe we change our minds a few times before we graduate. But here was me in middle school, and I already knew one thing I definitely didn't want to do. So in high school, I spent my time preparing for a pre-med curriculum. And now, nearly 10 years after I initially wrote this, I came to the University of Michigan to study and become a doctor, and in May, I'll be graduating with my degree in electrical engineering. So what happens if we take some of that book knowledge and we pair it with another exciting technology? 3D printing, additive manufacturing. Well, in my high school, again, we were really fortunate. I was able to write a grant proposal and get a little bit of money and a little bit of space to buy a 3D printer just to have fun. No class, no grades, and as you can see, me and my friends were definitely working very hard with that printer. Now, let's talk about the second type of thing that goes into building amazing stuff. Support of those around you. This here is my family. My 2 parents, my 2 older brothers, and my younger sister. There's never a dull moment around them. We always have a lot of fun. We're an engineering family. No matter what the problem is, whether it's mechanical, electrical, or even software, there's a good chance a few of us will be able to figure that out together. But more importantly is my dad, who's been a real catalyst to be able to help me do the work that I do today. Now, part of his support comes from him enabling me to try new things. But one of the most valuable things that he's ever done for me is prohibit me from buying a toy. Now, back to the Nerf guns. I had found some really cool accessories online, and I said, hey, I want to purchase these for my Nerf guns. They're going to be cooler than everyone else's. And my dad, a Michigan-trained engineer, said no. Instead, what he proposed was he would fund and help me to go build my own. Didn't matter if it cost more than the original thing would be to purchase, but he wanted me to learn how to do it. Out of desperation, I said, okay, let's do it. So, went to Radio Shack, went to Home Depot, picked up a couple of hand tools, a couple parts, some batteries, and some lights. Over the next few days, I spent tinkering, and I managed to cobble something together that worked. My dad would periodically check in on me, come to see if I had given up maybe, or maybe the sheer extent of my determination. But after all of this, I discovered, hey, maybe I can actually do what I set my mind to. Now, this here is just a light. All I did was make a light turn on. But this got really exciting for me because it said, hey, what are the other possibilities that I can do? I'm in middle school. This is, not something that I normally get exposed to. And of course, I dove deep. These are my Nerf guns the next year's. There are a lot of wires in there. Not only did I start teaching myself display technology, power electronics, microcomputing systems, and sensors, but I started putting it all in my toys. Now keep in mind, the whole purpose of this was to build cooler toys than other kids. There was no grand reveal, there was no bigger plan to it, but I did discover, hey, with something that I really enjoy, with the exact same material as the shock value competition that I disliked so much before, I actually found a new passion that I really liked. Now, what happens on the flip side of that coin? A lot of people don't have access to the kind of resources and the kind of support that I get all the time. When I see headlines like this, I like to think to myself, if everyone had access to the sort of resources I had growing up, how much better could the world be? Unfortunately, resources is not the only problem we face. Another thing is struggles that each and every one of us have. Our struggles are both diverse and unique. Everyone brings different struggles to the table, and I couldn't even hope to understand every single one of them. But I think what we do all have in common is a fear of failure. And that fear of failure permeates everything we do, and it unites us. But where does this failure come from? Well, I think the failure is 3 parts. First off, we set a very concrete, inflexible goal for ourselves. The next thing we do, we ask ourselves, did I fail? How did I do against it? And the third thing, we measure ourselves against others. Not only did I fail, but to what extent? Now, here's one thing we probably all have experienced failing. We all try to set these every year in hope that we can become a better person the next year, but we all know how these tend to turn out. So, with a show of hands, how many people set a New Year's resolution for 2019? All right. And now, if you set your New Year's resolution, but you only made it through January, and what about the people that have only made it through February? And if you think that you're going to fail before the end of the year? And now we can see just how few people have their hands left up. But why is that? I want to take my time here with you guys tonight to show you why you should be reframing your failures and how you can turn it into some positive thing. And I want to do that with a story of one of my most successful failures. Now, in middle and high school, I considered myself an active person. You could find me on the rock walls. You could find me doing martial arts. I earned my black belt in Taekwondo. All of that physical fun came to a screeching halt one day when I was injured in martial arts. I ended up with a broken growth plate in my left knee, and I learned that not only would my knee not heal properly, but all of the connective tissue in my body had issues. So, what do you do with that information? For me, it led to a lot of lying around in pain, something that you can mitigate and support with custom-made bracing, as well as a careful routine. But I'd still go to bed every night and lay in pain before I fall asleep. Eventually, it got so bad, I started considering, what other options are there? Using a lot of Googling, I figured out there's quite a few lower limb replacements for people like amputees. Anyone may be missing a limb, and you could get the whole thing replaced. Amazing technology. For me, there was nothing that was an assistive device for a still existing knee. So I decided to take my knowledge of Nerf guns and see what I could do. And this is what I came up with. I became an international arms dealer. The arm, 3D printed. We can see electronics sprawling out everywhere. There's wires running to my arm, and we can see that it's being controlled by my mind. The whole thing works. It's pretty cool. Now, let's talk about that original goal. I had one goal. What was that goal? I was trying to build a leg. I hope you all noticed. That is 100% failure right there. It's a very simple goal. Not much to it. 100% failure, though. So, what happens if you don't let yourself be bound by those thoughts of failure? What happens if you allow yourself to flexibly change your goals? Now, if I hadn't had the audacity to flexibly change my goals, I wouldn't have gone from here to here to here. And this is a device that me and my team here at the University of Michigan produced, where we're still failing building legs to this day. But without our passion and work, Julian here may never have had the opportunity to go through his childhood with a left arm. Now let's go back to those New Year's resolutions. Anybody who thinks they could make it all the way through the entire year, put your hands up. Anybody who thinks they could make it through half of the year, put your hands up. And anyone who thinks they've made it this far, without failing their New Year's resolution? Hands up. And anyone who's made a New Year's resolution at all, please put your hands up. See, this is what we should be focusing on. Less about how far away and how high-reaching our goals are, but more about if we took the initiative to try. Now, I want to leave you with 3 stages to success. 1, I want all of you to give possibility a chance. What does this mean? Well, if you don't give possibility a chance, how do you know what you might be able to do? How do you know what can be done? Number 2, I need you all to give others a chance. Everything that I do was not because of me alone. As Sir Isaac Newton famously said, if I see farther, it's by standing on the shoulders of giants. Now, some of you may not consider yourself giants, but I guarantee you, each and every one of you have something unique and special to contribute to the world. But it's your job to share that with the rest of us. And finally, I want you to think, what can you do today to redefine your failures, to set new goals, and to help the world be a better place? Thank you very much.
TEDx U of M 2019, are we having a good time? Awesome, love to hear it. So we put you through a lot tonight. There have been 2 activities, 3 performers, and 7 talks so far. And that's a lot to digest. So there's nothing more than what our organization wants, but to have you feel like you left this conference having gained meaning, having resonated with something. And so what I really want is to have you ponder these questions. Some of you may have found this meeting, some of you may have not. So if we go with these questions, we may find meaning. And the first being, do you carry any assumptions about yourself or those around you? Next being, do you think your brain has changed tonight? Or have you been programmed? Why or why not? The next being, do you think striving for perfection is the best? And the fourth being, any other content from tonight's conference. And what I want you to do is turn to those around you and discuss these for the next few minutes. And then I'll gather us all back together in a few short, brief moments. So please talk amongst yourself and figure out if you found any deep meaning so far at this conference. Alrighty, we're going to start bringing it back now. Sorry to interrupt any conversations you may be having, but we still have another speaker. So knowing that this was going to be part of the conference, I took some time myself to reflect and I discovered some value that I would really want to share with all of you. I've had the outstanding privilege over the past 4 years to work with 40 speakers on this stage. And what I realized is that nearly all of them have a shared common trait. And this trait is essentially that these individuals are productive when they don't need to be. And I don't mean that they're incessantly productive all the time. That's not the case always. But what I do mean is that they are productive when action is not required or asked of them. Now, these actions can be both, they can mix things up. So it could be like challenging how skate parks are made or how prosthetic limbs are made. That's an example of a disruptive action. And then we have subtle, smaller actions, similar to those that will be discussed in our final speaker's talk. Now, these actions, it doesn't matter the type or the scale, it still landed them on this stage this year and in years past. And it's logistically impossible for everyone to give a TED Talk, although it is possible for everyone to have a little bit of a side hustle or a project to pursue. And I bet that a lot of you already have one of these. And so with this said, and the reflection activity complete, we're able to continue on with what else we have planned tonight. And I'd like to invite Christina Agostino to the stage to give a quick rundown of our last speaker of the night. Thank you, everyone. My name is Nate, and I hope you have a great night.
Our last speaker of the night is extraordinary, someone who has brought so much light into my life during these short few months I've known her. This person's story is filled with highs, her oats, and lows, her woes, but it is the wisdom she has extracted from these experiences that never fails to amaze me. She is undeniably, insatiably curious about the human experience. It is my absolute dream come true to present Michigan alum Sarah Wood.
I flew here from New York through a storm. And if you've ever been on a plane in a storm, you know how stressed everyone gets. But there was this incredible source of joy in the back that melted even the most stressed traveler. And it was a baby. Because babies, they're these incredible sources of joy. But why don't we experience now that same joy we did when we were babies? How do we lose that joy? And more importantly, how do we get it back? Obviously, this is a talk about joy and how we can have more of it. But this question, how can we have more joy? It begs the underlying question, why aren't we joyful now? And so we'll go on a journey of 3 parts, and we'll look at what stops our joy, what solves for joy, and what scales joy. And you might think that the person giving a talk about joy, they have to be joyful, right? That's a prerequisite. And if you walked into my bedroom and you saw this hat that I have that says best day ever, and it's next to the notebook and the napkins and the t-shirt and, all of this like best day ever spirit wear, you would say that person is joyful. But 3 years ago, at the depths of my personal darkness, joy was not a word in my vocabulary. I had filled out a transfer application to leave the University of Michigan, and I was talking about wanting to leave my life. And my parents, they were so scared. And they drove down from our hometown every other day to come check on me. And so how do you get from there to here? And that is the process we'll look at today in hopes that you can do it too. And so our first question is, what stops joy? And I believe that there are 2. The way that our brain has evolved and the way that we are environmentally conditioned, right? The way that our workplace and our college and our family, they expect us to behave. But before we begin, I want to give you this disclaimer. This isn't this self-help, you should be happy talk, because it's natural to not be joyful all the time. You're not a bad person if you're not joyful all the time. Think about our prehistoric ancestors, right? Every day was a struggle for survival. They weren't going to be walking around noticing, what a beautiful flower. They're looking for that tiger amongst the leaves. They were acutely able to notice what was wrong, and that's what made them survive. In our brain, it has evolved to some extent, but it is largely the same. And how negative is this brain of ours? Rick Hanson, neuropsychologist, he's found that the amygdala, the stress center of the brain, it uses 2/3 of its neurons to detect negativity and immediately store it into your long-term memory. And that's why it's so much easier to remember something negative than something positive. Barbara Fredrickson, one of my intellectual superheroes, she came up with the positivity ratio. And it looks at the way the brain stores stimuli and emotions. And she found that it takes 3 positive emotions to be equivalent in weight to 1 negative. And I'm a visual learner, so I like to put this ratio in a fraction, with the 3 positive stimuli on top and the 1 negative on bottom. And if this is your overall joy ratio, the 2 ways you can make this number bigger are either to increase the numerator or decrease the denominator. And that leads us into our next joy stopper, the way that our environment conditions us. Because I feel that we have this idea that we need to suffer to earn our joy. This mindset, it tells us work hard and then play hard. It says grind for the weekend. It says, if I suffer through this major I hate or this job I don't really love, then maybe one day I will be worthy of being joyful. And in my own experience, I have always struggled with worthiness. In high school and in college, I set these expectations for myself based on this highlight reel I saw my peers having. And I thought there was a certain way I needed my grades and my body and my career prospects to look, and I didn't want anything different. In other words, I became a perfectionist, and I was seeking this unattainable 0 in this denominator of the joy ratio. I didn't want anything other than what I thought I needed. And if you know much about fractions, you know that the smaller the number becomes, the bigger the overall number is. But can you ever have a 0 in the denominator? No. There will never be a 0 on the denominator of this joy ratio. There will always be things you cannot change. And knowing that, what can we do? The only thing we can do is focus on increasing that numerator. But how do we do that? And that leads us to our next question. What are these joy solvers? In my experience, I found that it is reflection and it is connection. And I learned this through oatmeal. And there's something I haven't disclosed to you yet, but I have a blog about oatmeal. And it's called Oats and Woes. And stranger than that, there are 10,000 people that initially followed this blog when it was just pictures of oatmeal. When I was a sophomore here, people started to message me, and they said, Sarah, will you make me a bowl of oatmeal? But see, at this point in my sophomore year, I was at the deepest depth of darkness. I had stopped going to class. I had isolated myself from my friends. My perfectionism had manifested into a severe eating disorder. And at one point, I told my mom that I did not see a purpose for being alive. And my darkness, it was suffocating me, and I did not know how to get out. But one week, I carved out 30 minutes to make someone a bowl of oatmeal. And they showed up to the front door of my sorority house. They said, "Are you Oats and Woes?" I said, "Yeah." And that initial awkwardness, because it was awkward, it melted when I handed them that first bowl of oatmeal. And we sat there and we chatted, we lingered and they left. And when I thought about that week, that was what I remembered, is the one time I had felt good. Because in making someone that bowl of oatmeal, it made me feel useful. And so when the next person asked, "Hey, can you make me a bowl of oatmeal?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Yes," again. Because what I realized, and that sitting with that person, even though I was failing all of my self-imposed metrics of success, being with them and being able to do something for them, it made me feel seen, it made me feel heard, and it made me feel like I mattered to someone. So then I began to wonder, what would my life look like if I began to focus on this input of joy instead of the outcome of the job I wanted or the grades or, all of these things we think we need to have? So I wondered what would happen. And then I looked about myself and in the organizations I was already in, and I saw that there was people already doing it. And I called them the Joy Soldiers. And so what is a joy soldier? It's the person in an organization, a boots on the ground member like you or I without title, that does what they can in their interactions with other people to make them feel good, to lift them up, be it through compassion or really listening to them. Because the most incredible tool of a joy soldier, it's not this grandiose act of kindness, but rather how you make that person feel. And so maybe this definition, it calls someone into your mind. That barista that knows your order and they notice when you're sick. Or your colleague that asks how you are and actually listens to hear your response. Or the person who does your hair and is able to keep all of the intricacies of your personal life and your romantic escapades straight, and it makes you feel like someone listens to you. And so beneath this Joy Soldier manifesto, it is anchored in connection and reflection. And connection to others is so important because when you are talking to someone and you are in one of those magical conversations where you are in flow, right? You have no idea what time it is. You don't need this external validator telling you that they're worthy. You don't care what your title is at work or what their salary is. You know that they are worthy, right? Because you're the way that you are with them. And as I started to connect to other people, I realized the importance of also connecting to myself. Because we were making more and more bowls of oatmeal for people. And with a team, we started serving oatmeal all around Ann Arbor, and it was these great moments of connection. But as I connected to others, I connected to myself, and I started speaking to a therapist. I developed a regular yoga practice. I started sleeping, right? I started taking care of myself. Because having a purpose greater than myself, it made me believe that I was worthy of being taken care of. And so in this pursuit of connection to myself, I went on this sort of year of fear. And one of the more radical things that I did was the day after graduation, I flew around the world to meditate for 10 days of silence. So imagine, you're in the big house and you're in your cap and gown, and you've had 12 years of being told exactly what to do. And then you hand over your passport and your phone to sit for 10 days with no stimuli, no eye contact, no technology, no exercise, no movement, no reading, no writing, to just sit with yourself. And you might think that it looked like this, but it looked like this, and it looked like this. And I'll cut to the main takeaway that in all of this I learned that at the core of every human is pure goodness. It's pure love, like that baby. And over the course of our lives, we build up layers of hurt and harm and shame and suffering and stories that other people tell us about ourselves and those stories that we tell ourselves about ourselves. And we become numb. And it is up to us to figure out how we can begin to strip back those layers and return to yourself. And there's a variety of ways you can do that work. I mean, for some people it is meditating. A lot of people it's not. That's okay. Maybe it's exercise. Maybe it's music. Maybe it's fixing cars. Maybe it's driving around with the windows down at night. Whatever brings you back to yourself. And as I began to connect to myself, I realized the value of reflection. Because it's this thing that you can do. You can call attention to the good things in your life exactly as they are, and you begin to increase that numerator without having to change anything. And I began to intentionally design my days for these moments of reflection. I have a reminder in my work calendar. It's a private appointment. It says, what are 3 good things that are happening right now? I have a Google Doc where I write my wins of the day. And this term, wins of the day, it's become part of the vernacular, from my parents and my friends. We ask each other, what was your win of the day? Whatever you can do to help others start to lean into that light. So maybe you're thinking, Sarah, that's amazing. You make oatmeal and you meditate, but I live in the real world. What does this have to do for me? And I have a confession. I no longer make people oatmeal. I'm a financial analyst at an investment bank on Wall Street. So what does joy look like in the workplace? Or here in the classrooms, or as a business owner? I can share a story with you about a joy soldier I met on my second day in New York. She's the owner of the yoga studio I started going to. And I showed up one day, and I realized that I had forgotten a sports bra, which is an essential article of clothing for a yoga class. And I walked up, to just pay for the $80 sports bra, which was, 8 to 10 meals. And I go to pay for it, and she looks at me. She reaches down, and she pulls from her own bag her own sports bra. She says, here, take this. You don't have to buy that. Go take class. And when I think about it, what astounds me, it was just this simple moment of pure generosity. There was nothing I could do for her. And she had no attachment to the outcome. And in that moment, she prioritized connection over profit generation. And so what does joy look like there? And if I think back, to my time here at school, I also knew another joy soldier. I was in a bunch of classes with my boyfriend, and I watched how every presenter, they would always present to him. It didn't matter where he was in the classroom. They were just always presenting to him, and I could not understand why. And then I started to look at him, and he does this thing where he just beams, it's like Iron Man. It's like, I am here, and he's probably doing it right now. And it makes you feel like you are the most important person in the world. And there's no cost to doing that. And so now in the workforce myself, I ask myself, I take on this joy soldier mindset, and I ask, how can I make this person feel better after this interaction than when we first started talking? And so maybe your thought now is, awesome, Sarah, you're joyful, and that person that you talk to is joyful, but I don't know if you watch the news, but there's a lot of suffering in this world. And I want to share this with you, that there's ways to make this scale and ways for it to stick. I learned, once I read, that in the course of a day, we talk to 27 people on average. And in each of those interactions, we have 3 choices. We can diminish that person's energy, we can keep them neutral, or we can lift them up. And in something as simple as sincerely thanking your Uber driver or flipping your phone over when your friend is talking to you, you can change the trajectory of that person's day. And you give them the power to lift up one of the 27 people that they will interact with. And so on, and it grows, this exponential contagion. And to that question, does it really matter how we treat each other? It does. And I know that we have painted this really dark picture of our brain, right? It is naturally negatively primed, but it also has this incredible ability. And it is the ability to continue to adapt to what we routinely do, even through adulthood. And this ability, it's called neuroplasticity. the ability of the brain to form new neural connections. And so it's like you've walked this path your whole life, and you decide one day to begin walking a new path. And it's going to take effort, those first couple times, but eventually that path will become worn, and it will become your main path. You can rebuild your brain to start noticing what is going well. So we asked a lot of questions, and it may appear, we got some answers. But this is a practice. Even though I know in my heart of hearts, right, reflection and connection, they bring joy, that does not mean that one, I'm joyful all the time, or two, every person I interact with is not joyful because of me. But I have this toolkit, of reflection and connection. And when I'm feeling like a failure at work, or I'm feeling really disconnected, I can ask myself, how can I connect with someone? Or what do I need right now to connect to myself? Or if I'm feeling, really discontent, and there's no reason, it's just one of those inexplicable days where you just feel crummy, I ask myself, how can I reflect? Right? How can I call attention to the things that are going well and begin to flip that ratio for myself? And I want to check in, because I understand how this could feel. It's a girl with a wellness blog, and she likes oatmeal and yoga, and she's telling me, be joyful. But what I hope you hear is that being a joy soldier, it doesn't mean that you force people to be joyful or that you force yourself to be joyful. It means that we have the ability to hold space for people, to make them feel heard and seen. And you can lift yourself up and lift those up around you. And I share this with you because reflection and connection, it gave me a series of best day evers that I never imagined would be accessible to me. And this Joy Soldier Manifesto, it began, honestly, as a way to articulate and justify that my priorities had shifted. And it became the purpose that gave my parents their daughter back. And it has become a call to action. And so I urge you to begin to plant these tiny seeds of reflection and connection with no attachment to the outcome. And watch how that garden grows for you. All it takes is the courage to begin. Because anyone, at any moment in their lives, in their 10s and their 20s and 60s and 80s, you can begin to rebuild your brain for joy. As you connect and you reflect and you dig deep to start with joy.
As the night comes to a close, we'd like to thank you all for coming out and supporting us and for contributing to a community dedicated to ideas worth spreading. The talks that you saw today will be available on our website in the coming weeks and on YouTube later. We would love it if you would take a chance to potentially see some of the talks you may have missed during this time and to share your favorites.
Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter and Instagram to stay updated on other TEDxUM opportunities and events. If you'd like to help us improve next year's TEDxUM conference experience, we will be sending out a feedback survey shortly. We would love to hear your thoughts.
We'd like to thank our speakers for their hard work and dedication in putting together their talks. Those truly were ideas worth spreading. We'd like to thank our performers for volunteering their time and doing such a good job. We'd finally like to thank our sponsors. Without them, tonight would not have been possible.
We can't forget to thank our incredible team for helping us put this event together tonight. We'd like our team to join us on stage at this moment. Thank you for coming to Absolute Zero.
you.